Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Melby Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Hey Neil.
Hello.
How's it going? I'm sure I had something that I found in Master B that I did actually want to cover, and now it's flooded with music videos for some reason.
Master Beers?
What? I'm looking for the... Oh, there it is. I found it. The one that Liam recommended on Friday. Either.
For some reason, I'm not getting anything on Master B except your link.
No, it's from Friday. Anyway, more importantly, how clear am I? Am I coming in loud and clear? Am I too loud?
Very, very tinny.
Very tinny?
Yep.
Very tinny? Okay.
You know, like a high tone. It's not as soft as your usual sound is, where you don't hear no like tone. You just hear nice, even. I don't know how to explain it.
I can actually listen to myself. Sounds fine. I'm now listening to myself through my monitors. Sounds good to me.
The way it's coming through for me is not your usual tone.
Yeah, but is it too loud or too quiet, Neil? That's why I actually asked you. Is it not? Has it got a nice tone? Am I loud and clear?
Oh, yeah, of course, but different.
Yeah, well, I'm on a very different microphone. This is
I kind of know that.
a transformer balanced large diaphragm microphone. So this would be akin to something like you'd see in the 60s or 50s even, like dangling upside down. Now they were dangling upside down because they had a valve inside them and they wanted to keep them nice and cool. Heat rising and all. Emulating that type of sound. So that type of sound became very desirable in the 2000s. Maybe not even in the 2000s, in the 2010s. Started to want that kind of valvey 60s sound. To warm it all back up again, because everything got all super clinical with digital recording. You didn't need to overcompensate with treble boosting microphones for the age of tape. Also then suddenly all these cuddly warm sounding valve microphones are all back in vogue, and in the early 2000s, people have been trying to replicate them with modern technology, better technology, but replicating the sound of those old valve mics with modern transformers. Well, transformers aren't modern anymore now. Modern design's transformerless. So what I did was go back to the early 2000s and look for mics that were reasonably well designed and reasonably well regarded, but cheap and cheerful, because then second hand they're peanuts, which is what this mic is. So this is a representation of the super detailed large diaphragm transformer balanced microphone, like you get in a studio, like I say, dangling upside down with some singer belting their lungs out into it. So it's riddled with distortion in a good way, like cuddly second and third harmonic distortion that people like. It's people's ears like, I should say. So from that point of view, it should sound good. Of all the ones I listened back to, this was easily my favourite in terms of the sound. In terms of the physically dealing with the thing, it's a physical nightmare because it's massive. It's right in my eye line. It's taken up a massive amount of real estate in terms of what I can actually see on my monitor. The shelf that the boom arm's attached to is creaking under its weight. So the weight of the mic and the what would you call it, shock mount that it's in is more than an extended boom arm that I had on it previously, with all of its shock mount and the mic and extra cable. I took all of that off and it still weighs more. So yeah, of all of them, I think this will sound the nicest. And
Let me ask you a question.
Go on.
Is it going to sound? I'm hearing it through here, but when I listen to it through YouTube, is it going to sound different, right?
Absolutely. So what you're getting is rough as all hell. So you've got a very heavily noise gated line that's raw, just noise gated, so you don't get feedback when someone starts rumpusing from Discord via my line. So you get rough as all hell sound in G+. I literally couldn't care less. So long as you can hear me and hear the words clear enough to respond to them, I'm happy. You don't need good sound. So you don't get any post-processing, you don't get any compression, you don't get any limiters, you get nothing. So the sound you get's rough. Sometimes when I play a music track through my line into G+, you'll be like, I can just hear the vocals. It's like, yeah, because it just sees everything else as noise. Which is good. That's what I want it to do. So that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, loud and clear.
It has to be heavily gated to work. So because all these desks are going in and out again, all of the different channels have got a line in and a line out. Imagine like a tape loop on your old stereo. Imagine having several tape loops running at once. Bad. They can all interfere with each other. So digitally, I just have to heavily noise suppress anything that could potentially muck up the balance, and then be really vigilant with opening and closing lines. So that's what I do. That's why when someone says, "Are you just pressing buttons?" Well, yeah, continuously.
Shout out to 10th Man.
It just comes as second nature now. I mean, I can do it not with my eyes closed, but whilst delivering my outro to camera, I can queue up scenes and roll outros and things like that, close mics, from muscle memory. You know what I mean? I know where the buttons are on a particular. Sometimes I get it wrong. I'm on the wrong page on my Stream Deck, and I'll press a button and something will happen that I'm not expecting. I'm like, oh no, I've pressed that button from muscle memory, but it's on the wrong page. Oh dear. Sometimes you'll do that, and I've set up my Stream Deck so the worst case scenario is you do that by accident and end up turning your camera on, which when I first got the Stream Deck I did. So I'd accidentally put it onto the wrong page, press a button through muscle memory, and it would queue up the camera instead of doing whatever, and you'd be like sat there ranting down the camera at some random fundy, and until you glance across, or until I glance across at the other monitor, you wouldn't notice that OBS has got you up on camera. So sometimes it looks like, has he deliberately just put himself on camera so he can rant at this person and you can see the disdain on his face? No, I just accidentally pressed the wrong button on the Stream Deck.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, because the camera's just wired up. I leave it live because I don't mind if that happens occasionally. Back in the day, I kind of, in my mind, had decided, no, it must be set up in such a way that if the camera's always got that little light on, I'll always be aware that it might accidentally put me on camera. So it just keeps you a bit more, what's the word, vigilant. My no swearing sign didn't work. I put it up on my desk right under the monitor, and it hasn't really helped.
Yeah, it has a lot. I tell you what, the only things that you got to do away with are video game references. They sound too vulgar. The F-bomb here and there, that could be dealt with. But, that's just my opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, I got a bone to pick with freaking Nathan Thompson or whatever.
Go on.
Did I hear him say we see too far? And on top of it, XQE, what a scientific model is, after all these years?
Well, we've invited, or I personally invited Nathan Thompson to spend a little bit more time around us.
And I was glad you did. I hope he takes the invitation seriously and does come around more. Because this is something this is like second language to us. And it should be to him.
Take it you watched his modern day debate.
No, I've been working the night shifts. I've been working from midnight to 7 in the morning. So I did fall asleep on Ball Busters. So I listened back. And he rose with his insult at me in music. I'll have that guy know. I had a band formed at the age of 15 years old. Played bass, lead vocals, taught my children how to play bass guitar and drums. Got some nerve telling me I don't know it. I got to stay away from music.
Do you know what D Rose's background is?
Yeah, I know what he's involved
What's his background?
Music.
Right, professionally, like stuff that you'd have heard of, artists that you'd have heard of.
If you want to call that professional, made a thing here and there.
Yes, I would. Yes.
Did not make it.
Professional means you're doing it for a living. And yes, he dealt with artists, producers, studios, and himself personally that were doing it for a living. That is very much professional.
Okay, fine. Flats he doesn't, and the people that he mentioned don't either do it professionally. So really, he's got to head over everybody, but to just pick me out.
Neil,
he don't know what
Discord? I need to get coffee, and I can't be bothered to pause this recording. Is it going to dry up if I go and get coffee? Because I've got 5 minutes before the live stream starts.
No, go ahead. I'll rant to Discord.
Someone will engage with you from Discord, actually. Steve, Vitali, Dank, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Nathan. I'm just out working.
I'm going to nominate you.
By the way, on Discord, the mic sound, your old mic sounds better to me personally.
Okay, maybe I've done something wrong. It shouldn't. This should sound considerably better. Although, no, have I got EQ running for the old mic? Hold on a second. No, it's flat as a pancake. Turned all the post-processing off because I don't know this mic very well. Whereas the other mic, I knew well enough to EQ, so I could get it just so. This is raw. There is compression, but just only for YouTube. So you guys, I do actually, believe it or not, I do actually EQ the line for Discord. Close your ears a second, Neil, because I want to make a good impression. So I do actually EQ the output line to Discord so that you guys get a nice clear sound, or close enough to what the end result on YouTube would be, right? So if somebody comes in and they're like, this sounds a bit rough around the edges, I don't want that. For a guest, that is. Now, my panel, I don't care. They're my panel, right? So they can get stuffed. I'm not EQing that line. Anyway, right, I'm going to go and get myself a coffee. Hopefully the conversation doesn't die itself in the next 5 minutes.
So who's in Discord? Is Stevie there? Stevie Babes.
E Rose was jerking your chain, Neil. That was funny.
No, he wasn't jerking my chain. I'm gonna kick his butt. Yeah,
Yes,
I know. I sent them some messages.
Was.
I sent them some messages. I said, "How dare you?" I formed a band when I was. Listen at me.
That was humor, man.
Oh God, you're not gonna listen to me, Steve? I said, how dare you
Oh, go ahead.
insult
I'm
me like
just
that?
interrupting. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I said, how dare you insult me like that? You have no clue. I got a bass guitar at 13 years old, formed the band at 15, and I wrote all my accolades that, but I didn't go professional. I mean, come on. You got to be special and you got to be really dedicated to go professional. But yeah, I'm taking a piss out of him too, Stevie.
Too funny. Yeah, I listened to that debate, Nathan and Will
How did he
Duffy.
do?
Huh?
How did he do?
Terrible, I thought, but that's just me.
Yeah, I was disappointed too, especially after he came into Ballbusters. I was expecting a little bit more.
Oh my goodness. He came into Ball Busters. We gave him some tools and said, don't stretch yourself. Like, be yourself. But he didn't use anything and just, come on, man. I don't understand how a guy like that can still say, oh, I see too far. Or what is the scientific model? Or what do you think of Henry's model? What model? That joke of a thing that he puts up there with his ether and superfluids? Really?
Yeah, he mentioned some of the points, but he didn't really emphasize it. Like, he didn't really seem like he wanted to be there, to be honest.
I just hammer home the winners. Everything is coming from a flat earth. You're done. Wrap up your stuff and go home and believe in your ball. Who's the other guy QE's fallen in love with? See, because I was sleeping to most of it because I've been doing a night shift.
Pathetic
So
warrior.
yeah, no, not Pathetic Warrior. That's his ex now.
I have no issue with Pathetic warrior. It might be the case that we get him to take on board some of the decent arguments. I mean, in past experience with people like Raichi and other Umis, we've been unsuccessful. It doesn't mean we will be with Synthetic Warrior. Again, we encouraged him to hang around a bit more, did we not?
Yeah, and he hasn't. They got their own agendas, I'm telling you. This doctor sounds pretty much okay to me too.
Were you there during the show? Did you not get a chance to speak to him?
I woke up during that part. That's why I said, you didn't learn your lesson with the Pathetic Warrior. But then I fell asleep again. But he sounds like he's sound.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if QE's vetted him, then great. We're ribbing him on the show going, oh, well, QE's got past a track record. Well, that's not true, otherwise I wouldn't be here, would I?
Yeah, I'd say it takes a lot to get QE to vouch for you right away, right?
Say again, Neil?
It takes a lot for QE to vouch for you. I mean, I've never heard him vouch for anybody before.
Yeah, although we did say the complete opposite, as though he'd vouched for Synthetic Warrior, which he hadn't, to be fair, right?
Nah, but that's just, hack on him a little bit.
Yeah, we're just giving him shtick. For any particular reason. As in, he hasn't actually got a bad reputation for picking losing horses.
I think we should get on a little. I still think we should do a show And everybody just keep using the terminology model.
Just to tick him off.
Yeah.
Why? There's no need for that. There's no need.
Interestingly, would say, like, if he comes in on a show and he's heard the word model 8 times from various different panel members. How are you? Get your butts in here.
I've already decided that I hate this mic. I like the way it sounds. I've listened back to it and it sounds great. But as soon as I went to point down to the button to join, it got in the way. I'm like,
Well, you're not going to like it when I read to you one of the chatters said you sound tinny, Nathan.
One of the people in chat, maybe I've done something wrong. Maybe the XLR's not connected correctly or something. I must be doing something wrong. If it's sounding tinny, it shouldn't be sounding tinny. In any event. Let's do a bit of housekeeping. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon formerly known as Earth curve.
Of course not. We see too far.
Right, you keep talking because I'm going to listen back on YouTube because I might have actually made, if I have actually made a mistake and we're live with a horrible sounding audio from me, then I do actually want to double check it. So tell us about your weekend, Neil, and I'll have a quick look on the audio stream on YouTube.
My weekend is flooded with night work, which I have to do a supermarket with vinyl flooring, and you have to wrap it around every aisle, and it has to meet on both ends. It is a nightmare, and I do not want to go back, but I have to. Now, as far as Flat Earth, very disappointed to hear certain things I've heard from Nathan Thompson or whatever. Like, come on. How long you in the game here? And you're still saying you see too far? Still talking about like laser observations from so many thousands of feet, and still asking what QE, what is a scientific model, even to bring up HANV. I mean, come on, let's go, get on the ball.
I think I figured out what the problem is. I think I'm talking into the back of this microphone. Yes, I am. I'm talking into the back of it.
Sounds different already.
Yeah, it's because I was talking into the back of it. Now I need to turn the gain right back down. That's the only downside with having a mic that looks exactly the same on the front as it does on the back. You can talk into the back of it accidentally, and that's exactly what I was doing. Right, that should sound a lot better. Hopefully. What a disastrous start. There's me getting all excited about new microphones, saying how wonderful it sounds, and I'm talking into the back of it where it rejects the most possible sound.
Well, in chat, they said much better.
Yes, that's my bad. Speaking of which, I mean, as I said, albeit into the back of this microphone, I already hate it. The fact that it's so in your face. So I get why people like these big microphones, because they've got a giant diaphragm, and admittedly, it's got a very intimate sound to it. So now that it does actually sound correct, it should sound like I'm talking to you, like right next to you, as in that kind of intimate sound is good, but at what cost? It's like you have to have this giant microphone right in your face. Now, it never really occurred to me when I used to see Patricia Steer, who uses a similar style microphone, right? Albeit transformerless in her case. She's got a FET condenser, lollipop style, in front of her, and hers has got a little head on it, right? A blue microphone's got a fairly small head basket, but it's right in front of her. You don't think, well, what does that really mean when you're actually doing a show to camera? Now, I've put mine off to, as much as I can get away with, I've put it off to one side, and it still makes me feel claustrophobic. I just don't want it in front of my face. So, with that being said, I've also got, I mentioned this on last week's show, the distributor from Sawyer's 4 distributor. Let's get that in the right order. Scratch that, reverse it. The distributor for Sawyer's, which is a Russian manufacturer of microphones, akin to someone like Neumann, but in Russia. Their distributor got back in touch after I contacted Sawyer's Direct and said, I'd like to try one of your microphones. So specifically a hypercardioid, which is what people would use if they were in a professional setting and trying to I don't know why I can't quite speak properly today. Trying to mic somebody on set, they'd use a hypercardioid microphone, which if you're a muso, you'd be more familiar with as a small pencil condenser, but with a particular type of capsule that's quite narrow and focused. Now, my boom mic is just a version of that type. It's actually a supercardioid, which is a similar sort of thing, but with an interference tube on the end of it. And because it's indoors, that isn't necessarily good. If I talk off axis, it goes all phasey and weird. And also when people this is probably the main reason I want to do this. When people take a chunk of the video that we've done, so let's say someone edited out this section of me talking about mics now, highly unlikely, but they then repackaged it alongside a different video, edited it together with a bit of talking head over the top of it, and then published it. That publication, for whatever reason, exaggerates all of the faults in that mic that I typically use, the Rode NTG3, with its interference tube. So all those little phasey weird issues where it just cancels out some of the higher frequencies or makes them warble weirdly, that gets exaggerated each and every time someone copies a video of mine when I talk. And I listen back to someone else reproducing me on their video, and they've just obviously gone and copied it from YouTube and then put it into their editing software, rendered it and stuck it back on YouTube. That process makes me sound bad, and I don't like it, and I'm like, oh, it really exaggerates all of those weird phasey issues. So looking at what professionals use, hypercardioid, looking at mics that I like the tone of, and then figuring out what that frequency response looks like compared to other mics, and finding a manufacturer that makes one with a roughly similar response, with a roughly similar design, which is transformer balanced in a compact format, has led me to this mic that's going to come hopefully tomorrow, or two of them, because they'll have different capsules on them. One cardioid, one hypercardioid. And I'll try them both, but it's at no cost to me at this point. In other words, I'm being loaned them. So they're hugely expensive items if I am to buy them. And unfortunately for Soyez, in the interim between me saying I wanted to borrow a different mic, I've got the mic lust in my veins, and I've gone and bought cheap second-hand ones on eBay. So I've probably dumped so far about 300, all right? Something like that. About £300 into second-hand microphones. Which when I look back on it, I go, my God, that was stupid. That's about half the cost of the mic that I'm looking at. So if I really like it, it might be the case that I end up going, let's do a small GoFundMe for about half the fund for this mic, because I can't actually afford to buy it. Not that I actually need it, so I may or may not do that depending on whether or not I like it. I want to like it. That is to say, I want a smaller microphone that I can put in the same place as my old one and just make the comfort level of doing the show nicer than it was, which is to say, without it intruding on my person, which this mic does, as nice as it may sound having a large diaphragm right in front of me. So just to round this out, the one that I'm going to be getting, in case you did happen to be interested in mics, is called an 013 FET, or FET, and it's a transformer balanced, I say small, but it's actually quite large, diaphragm condenser microphone, and it's got a 24mm capsule, if that's 1 inch. I think an inch is 24.3 or something like that millimeters. It's just under 1 inch, and anything an inch or over is classed as a large diaphragm. So strictly speaking, this is still classed as a medium or small diaphragm, because it's 0.2 or 0.3 or whatever it is of a millimeter under an inch. But it's as big as I can get in something that I can put on the end of a boom arm, and then with a hypercardioid capsule, hopefully get 2 or 3 feet away from me. And then it's above my monitor. It doesn't rob me of any screen real estate while I'm looking at the show and looking at who's rumpusing me on the lines, because I can't see them at the moment. This mic's in the way of that particular part of where I put things on my monitor. So how anybody else copes when they've got a giant, massive... I mean, this one to me looks like a penis. I'll be honest. It just looks like a penis. I'll put it on screen in case anybody thinks I'm making it up. That's what it looks like. And I think most of them do look like penises. So having a giant penis dangling in front of you is kind of distracting, as much as it's kind of crude to say that. That's kind of what it looks like. And when it's right in front of your face, like I see a lot of streamers, like literally it's right in their eye line. Like, how do you see your monitor when it's like that? The other thing it suffers from is handling noise. As soon as I move it, I can hear the creaking of the stress-ridden shelf that's actually like bowing under the weight of this massive thing with a transformer inside it. So yeah, like I say, this is a wonderful mic. It sounds great, and I'm definitely going to keep it. And if I do anything like that's not live, I'll rig it up and do voiceovers with it potentially, because it's such a nice sounding mic when it's not, when I'm not talking into the back of it. So anyway, so that's this. Hope it comes tomorrow, because I already am frustrated with this giant thing in front of me. It's just too big. Should we do some housekeeping rather than talk about microphones? How are you in Discord? Everyone ready to do a bit of housekeeping? Will I get some interactivity from you guys in Discord if I do housekeeping?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Very encouraging. Is there any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's the horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth.
Absolutely not.
At the start of the show,
I got nothing.
in the pre-show, Neil was basically moaning about Nathan Thomas, or whatever, actually known as Nathan Thompson, and saying that he came into our show, that's Ballbusters, and was suggesting that he would be putting forth an argument of we see too far. We kind of want to draw a line on that, under that in 2025. There's no need to make this argument on behalf of our opponents that there is a limitation to our view called Earth curve, derived from a surface level and parallel eye level measurement, I might add. That's a flat Earth prerequisite that you need to assert that there is a geometric sphere edge below the surface level. But in so doing, when you say we see too far, you're automatically moving past the assumption of an Earth that's flat that you'll measure to derive a calculation of an Earth curve in orthographic view to assert that it blocks your view when describing the effects of perspective, and then suggest that because we see beyond that limitation in Earth curve maths, we see, quote, too far. No, we don't. We just see. Now, I did specifically put this to Nathan Thompson when he came onto Ballbusters, but it's like anything. You don't necessarily expect that it immediately sink in to the point where he could give a rendition of that. But I have encouraged Nathan Thompson to spend a bit more time around us. That is to say, start picking up on these better arguments. It won't take him long. But if he is out on the circuit debating people like Duffy with arguments like we see too far, that is kind of a bit disappointing. So we don't want to go out and make any enemies. We just want people to make better representations of flat Earth when they do go out and do debates out and about.
Well,
on
he
the circuit.
did say. Sorry, he did say that he's looking forward to us critiquing him on this. So maybe we can do a little treatment on it and see how he did. Because according to people in Discord, they sort of didn't do well.
Who from Discord has seen the modern day debate with Nathan Thomas or whatever? Anybody? Nobody
Come on,
seen...
Stevie.
Do you watch it, Steve?
I watch it, Nathan.
Okay, and?
I didn't think. Yeah, I didn't think he did real well. It was kind of a Will Duffy kicking his butt.
But was that because of the format? Was that because he was given more than ample opportunity by the team on modern day debate to give us a bit more of a why did he do badly? Did he just not have good arguments?
You can't. I wouldn't say that this time. No, it was just more of a. They had a format, and it was strictly about TF, the final experiment, and so that was Will Duffy's argument all the time, and then Nathan was sticking to that per se, and they would talk back and forth on Nathan mostly not answering or having a response other than red herring or something like that, but it didn't seem to work out too good for Nathan.
Is this something we want to cover?
I mean, just the
Do
way
we want to go over it now? I mean, it's
sorry.
one of those things that I'm tempted to cover it now, but I know that inevitably it'll get covered on Ballbusters, so I don't necessarily want to cover it twice.
Hey, first come, first serve.
We do already have a video lined up from Friday that we didn't cover, so Astro Explains video. Debunked Flat Earth Conspiracy. So we can cover this, or we can cover Nathan Thompson. Which one do you want to cover? If you want to cover Nathan Thompson, someone will have to dig me out the link. So which one do you want to do?
What was that?
It doesn't matter to
Nathan?
me.
Is it worth covering, do you think, Steve? Or can it wait?
I couldn't hear you on the first one. What was the first one?
First one's just some rando. Just some debunking Flat Earth video.
I'd say we do that one and save Nathan Thompson for the whole team.
Okay, well, I mean, there's only you and I here at the moment, so if everybody else toddles in and is like, no, we must cover it, then we may cover it. I mean, this is only a 10-minute video anyway, so it may be that we agree with everything this particular person's saying about Flat Earth conspiracy.
Hey, and welcome to a new series I'm going to be starting on this channel called Debunked. As you can tell by the name of it, in this series I'll be debunking common astrophysics, astronomy, space-related conspiracies. These include like flat Earth, people calling the moon landings fake, stuff like that. In this video I'll be talking about the flat Earth conspiracy theory where people are like, ooh, the Earth is flat, and yeah, and basically...
Is that the level of debunk that you'll be offering? So you'll be debunking people that say, ooh, Earth's flat. Okay, well, I mean, low bar. Let's see how you get on.
In this video, I'll be watching a bunch of TikToks and then I'll be replying to them individually. My goal is to debunk all of their talking points as they come up. So, yeah, thank you for watching. And, well...
We may agree on this. The audience may be surprised, that is to say, TikTokers and their rubbishy arguments, we may not necessarily debunk them in the same way, but we may also not agree with them being a flat Earth evidentiary standard that we'd adhere to. So, it'd be interesting to see where we agree with this guy. Or girl, I can't quite tell.
One last thing. This series is heavily inspired by Mini Min Man's Awful Archaeology series, so I don't know if I need to do this, but thank you so much. I'm a really big fan of Mini Min Man. So yeah, let's start.
3 proofs that the Earth is flat. Part 1. Number 1. Airplanes do not adjust the angle of their flight.
Awesome. I'd call that probably number 1 in terms of an actual evidentiary standard that we can present, NTSB, pitch data, and show that aeroplanes, their flights, prove Earth's flat. That's how they function.
Which is strange.
Yeah, that would be strange. If it was true, they do adjust the angle of their flight.
No, they do not. So, Dumbo, now you need correcting by a whole load of my audience that's going to pile into your stupid video and point out how dumb you are, you stupid cretin. So you're telling me that the NTSB data that we present here is wrong when it shows unequivocally that there is no adjustment for pitch. It's nose up with respect to the horizon. We've got data that's life and death affirming in terms of the investigators that use that data from the black box. No, mate. Earth's flat as far as pitch data is concerned. Is your hand wave going to be presenting some evidence alongside it? Or is it just your no, they do adjust? Okay, show the evidence. Because we've got NTSB pitch data that disagrees with your dumbass. Please let this guy or girl or whatever it is know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get eradicated by the YouTube censors or the YouTube videographer, him or herself. Links going by in the live stream chat.
It's just that because the Earth is so big, the amount that they have to adjust is very, very minimal.
They don't adjust at all. They're nose up with respect to the horizon. But what you're suggesting is that because Earth's so big, they don't have to do it very much at all when they're actually nose up. Number 1, they don't adjust at all. It's not just a minimum amount because Earth's so big. It is just measured flat in the pitch data.
Into space. Number 2.
Like, what? Was that just a little what would be happening, but for the fact that they're nose up with respect to the horizon in your paradigm, they go off into space? Is that what you just said?
If it was true, they do adjust the angle of their flight.
No, they don't.
It's just that because the Earth is so big,
No, Earth's not so big in terms of it being ball-shaped, and your apologies for not measuring it ball-shaped with flights.
The amount that they have to adjust is very, very minimal.
They don't at all.
Into space.
It's the video that he's critiquing, so there's nothing to actually hear.
Number 2. The temperature in Antarctica and the equator differ significantly.
So what? This is garbage.
Yeah, of course there are different temperatures.
Although
Yeah, I agree with you. So what?
the distance from these places is extremely insignificant.
Alright, I'm gonna introduce you to something crazy. It's called the Earth is on a tilt. And hear me out on
No. The description of a tilt at vernal equinox comes with respect to the flat Earth measurements of elevation angles and the plane of reference that's describing the tilt from. You need a flat Earth to describe an axis and tilt it.
this one. The tilt causes less sunlight.
Sorry, tilt? No. You need to find out your origins of these words that you're using. How's the tilt described in respect to the measurements of Earth? You'll need a flat plane for an axis to tilt.
To reach the pole, and more sunlight to reach the further you get to the equator.
No, you're describing the Copernican and Keplerian heliocentric description of a sphere Earth. Well, that mathematics comes from within Earth at its core when you move around a heliocentric based planet you call the Sun. In reality, you can't experience the Keplerian orbital motion because it's describing Earth at the centre of hell in your version of a sphere Earth in a vacuum. You can't be in hell to describe these tilted orbital motions as described mathematically by Kepler. That's a reification beyond ability because you can't stand in the centre of Earth.
Isn't this insane? This is like whole new science.
None of this is science. What's he talking about? That's a category error, dumbass. None of this is science. Science establishes the cause of naturally occurring phenomena through actualization of hypotheses. That's to say, you observe natural phenomena, presume a cause that may cause it. That's your hypothesis construction. An if and then statement. If your presumed cause, then the effect you observed at step 1. And then you actualize that in an experiment. Vary and manipulate that which you assume causes the effect, and see if it causes the effect or not. That's science and the scientific method. Natural science. Physics. None of this is science. You're a clown.
When you understand that the Earth is flat, then everything becomes clear.
I'm gonna be honest, I can think of like a million different things that makes more sense with the globe Earth. I mean, take this for example. Gravity.
Sorry, you think gravity makes sense because Earth's a globe when the reification of flat Earth measurements into a Keplerian model in orbital motion of a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum is where you derive these concepts like gravity to apologise for effects that we don't observe, like people on the bottom of a antipodal-based system derived from flat Earth measurements sticking to the bottom of said antipodal position. No, then you need a force of gravity that was superseded 110 years ago by Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry. But no, your apologies come in the form of gravity. But there is no force of gravity to hold you on the bottom of a ball that you're reifying when you describe said motion in orbits from the centre of hell.
Number 3. If the Earth were spherical, ships would not even see lighthouses at night.
Once again, and hear me out on this one, the Earth is big.
But
Oh, really, dumbass? So why is it that in your Earth curve mathematics, the horizon that would block the view of a lighthouse for a boat would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? That's your Earth curve mathematics. It requires a flat plane of reference to measure called surface level. It requires you raise above sea level and measure it with respect to your parallel eye level to surface level to assert that there's a geometric physical sphere edge at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So big, why is it in this stupid maths then, you stupid clown? Maybe you need to learn your stupid religion, otherwise you wouldn't have me, Nathan Oakley, a flat earther, sending an audience to your video to point out that Earth's so big, we measure it flat. Yeah, well, you can take that as read. That's all it means. We measure Earth flat. Meanwhile, you've got an assertion of Earth curve that comes with a physical geometric sphere edge debunked in 2020 at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So according to the rhetoric that you're trying to debunk, it's a we see too far rhetoric that I despise in 2025. And nevertheless, the assertion on TikTok's correct. Based on a physical geometric sphere edge limitation at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that would limit the view of the boat of the lighthouse if Earth was a sphere. We debunked it with the Black Swan in 2020. It is absolutely your rhetoric that there is a sphere edge blocking the view of lighthouses. But Earth's so big, is it, eh, clown shoes? Yeah, take it up with your Earth curve mathematics that we debunked in 2020.
ships always see lighthouses regardless of the distance.
And then Earth's flat. Welcome to flat Earth. So there's no sphere edge blocking your view then? Yeah, so no Earth curve. Welcome to flat Earth.
All right, that was something. Next TikTok.
The Earth.
So you had nothing for that. You didn't understand your own rhetoric of Earth curve blocking the view. You didn't understand the position of the person on TikTok debunking it. That was something, was it? Yeah, it was a debunking. It was a rubbish debunking. It wasn't anywhere near as concise as Quantum Eraser's Black Swan, which is as follows. If the Earth was a sphere, like this dumbass believes, then every distance to the horizon, that's Earth curve in his rhetoric, could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as per the mathematics he doesn't understand or know about. The distance to the horizon in the Black Swan image, as we have fondly dubbed it, is beyond the limitations that the Earth curve edge he must believe in, or she, I can't quite tell, would be if measured. That's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it isn't. Therefore, Earth is not a sphere. The horizon is not Earth curve. Debunked 2020. Meanwhile, the maths that's used to assert we do have a geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's eye in feet that this clown shoes doesn't even seem to know about, that assertion requires a flat plane of reference called surface level. It also requires it remains flat and doesn't bend in any way, shape or form, because it would violate the geometry that's being utilised in the maths. Furthermore, to affirm that it must remain flat, that surface level being measured, with heights above it in the form of sea level, and height of I for the calculation at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. That eye height must be parallel with surface level, as depicted in Earth curve maths. Earth is measured flat for Earth curve maths being denied by this girl or boy.
Earth is flat, stationary, and nothing proves it better than what you're about to watch.
Oh boy.
Let's start with this. We're told that Earth is a spinning ball.
I mean, you'd be
So this will be a rubbish standard. Your TikToker's telling us that you're going to prove Earth's flat, and then his starting premise is if Earth's a ball. Ugh.
correct about that. It is a spinning ball. Next question.
And what's the opponent done? All right, thanks for begging the question on my behalf. I already win. You've already assumed Earth's a sphere. Yeah, weak debating on behalf of the TikToker, and you're just taking advantage of somebody postulating your position on your behalf before you've got through it. Well, you're smart. Meanwhile, I already delivered a begging the question assumption of a sphere Earth with radius 3959 miles, and how the distance to the geometric horizon you must have was debunked in 2020 by showing it isn't where it's supposed to be measured. You just say Earth's so big. Yeah, look at Earth curve master mass and learn how your Earth's so big we'll be measuring it flat argument is what we've advanced to in 2025.
Hurtling through space at 1,000 miles per hour, putting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, while chasing the sun at nearly 500,000 miles per hour.
I mean, all those numbers seem accurate from my research.
That's a lot of motion.
Where'd you get the numbers? Did you look into where those calculations were derived? Oh, you didn't? Oh, maybe you'd like to look into those flat Earth prerequisites that the measurements derived by Kepler and Huygens for scale and distance were derived, because you'll find you're measuring Earth flat for them. Were you not aware? Oh, maybe I'd only just hinted at it vaguely when I described being in the centre of hell for Keplerian orbital motion. Yeah, you'll be in the centre of hell on your reified ball that you're not standing on, you're standing in, on a flat plane, to utilise angular measurements to stars off a flat plane. That's how Earth's measured. To derive your orbital motion to give you these distances and these speeds that this idiot TikToker's appealing to. Yeah, the origin measurements of all of these claim to be numbers that you vaguely agree with because they're talking in context of heliocentrism. They're all derived from a flat plane. Measurements of the flat plane that we dwell atop.
Yet somehow we're perfectly still.
Alright, this one is a really easy one to debug, actually.
Debunk, he's offered your position, but then just asserted by hand wave that we're perfectly still. Now, the perfectly still doesn't even need evidentiary standards. It's a non-claim. Me saying we're not doing something doesn't need standards of evidence to evidence it. If you say I'm doing something, then you need to prove that. It's a positive assertion that only has the burden of proof upon it. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that when I'm sat here doing nothing, if you suggest that I'm rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, you better have some standards of proof for your extraordinary claim. This guy's just hand-waved it when he didn't have a burden to fulfill. That's the TikTok guy.
I don't know why they think this is a good argument. We can't feel the speed of Earth moving.
Well, you would. If it was.
Because we're moving with it.
Oh, really? Do you not know how your inner ear works? You never sat on a roundabout before, you utter clown?
I mean, I don't think this person's ever been in a car, but if they have, then...
Yeah, I know when I'm moving if I'm in a car. Yeah? It's because I've got an inner ear that tells me when I'm moving.
They would know that you can't feel the car moving. You got...
Yeah, you can. Your inner ear would tell you.
You just kind of feel like...
Do you not? Have you got into cars and then felt like you're not moving when you're moving? You're a stupid idiot. I suspect you don't even have a driving license.
You gotta sit in there. When the car is accelerating, sure, you can...
Neil, can you take over? Somebody's at my door and my wife's taking the kids out. Back in 10 seconds.
Did this guy actually say that you do not feel that you're moving when you're in a car? Is he out of his freaking mind? What does he do, 2 miles an hour? And you would still feel like you're moving. So I don't know where he's coming from. That's absurd. But What do you expect? Anybody in Discord? I said, anybody in Discord have anything to say about it? Yeah, Neil, we all think it's outrageous. How dare he say something like that? I agree 100%. What about you, Adam?
I didn't even hear your question, to be honest.
This guy's claiming that you do not feel like you're moving when you're in an automobile.
But you are.
But do you feel it?
Sometimes.
Of course you feel like you're moving. Come on. What is he trying to say? Because you're still in the car, you're moving? You don't feel like you're moving? Well, bodily, I'm not moving. Hold a cup of coffee and accelerate or make a right turn. You'll know you're moving right quick.
You always feel it because nothing's constant.
Thank you.
And it's also spiritual pleading, isn't it? I mean, they always make this sort of argument, just like the other guy with his Home Depot. It's like, oh no, you can't see it because it's too big. Oh no, you can't feel it because it's actually not speed, it's blah blah blah. It's always spiritual pleading for this big thing or whatever it is.
You can feel that, but because you don't feel the Earth accelerating because it's moving at pretty much a constant velocity, you don't feel it.
Yeah, you'd feel it because it's rotating, therefore you've got acceleration, and you detect it in your inner ear. We don't because it isn't. You haven't proven your extraordinary claim by suggesting with apologies that you just wouldn't notice. I mean, I could make up any old outrageous crap and just say you just wouldn't notice. Yeah, your body's full of thetans. Yeah, like the Scientology nonsense. You just don't notice. Yeah? You're basically being controlled like a puppet by these spirits of thetans. You just don't notice. You wouldn't notice.
And the stars above us, like Polaris, the North Star, don't seem to move.
That would be because, hear me out, most, if not all of those stars are in the same galaxy as us.
Take the...
Right, your rebuttal for Polaris not moving is that the stars are in the same galaxy. Okay, do I need to actually address that? I'm pretty sure I don't need to address that.
Georgia Guidestones, for example. They had a small hole drilled through one stone that perfectly aligned with Polaris for over 40 years.
I mean, you know, this one would probably be because 40 years, hear me out, is not that long in a universal scale.
But
if Earth were really...
What does this prove for either side? Okay, so you got Polaris and it doesn't move. Okay, yeah, it's the pulsar, yeah, great. Yeah, until you expand on that and say we measured it and derived a system with it, latitude. Who cares? Because then you haven't got a measurement to assert. If you actually look at Polaris and say, here's how we measured Earth flat with it, then you've got something. But as for my story of Keplerian orbital motion comes along with a nonsense waffle about it being a really far distance measured with a flat Earth. And it's a really short period of time in the scale of heliocentrism, massive motions and time scales. Well, you're just rattling off your rhetoric from your religion and expecting us to just swallow it because you say so. No. But the same applies to the TikToker. So what? Polaris doesn't move. And? So what? Till you start offering me some measurements that have a respect to the surface of Earth, I don't care. Now, we do that. Polaris is utilised for all of the mapping systems. We measure Earth flat with it. It's the end of that. The globe also is derived from that measurement. Your outside edge of your ball that you think you're standing on, or in this case, is the equator. That's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris on a massive, flat, equatorial plane that the world will be described from within if you're going to describe any Keplerian orbital motion, because it's all derived from angle measurements of stars and their movements with respect to a plane.
Dipping through space in all these directions.
There is no space. I don't know why the TikToker's appealing to this. It's their rhetoric, not his.
Shouldn't that alignment shift constantly?
I mean, no, not really.
But it didn't. Here's the explanation you probably didn't hear in school.
Here comes the conspiracies. Great.
The Earth isn't spinning, orbiting, or chasing anything. It's stationary, flat, and enclosed.
Yeah, but that's just a baseless assertion unless you offer some evidentiary standard or some practical applied measurements.
I think I literally just explained how it is doing all of that.
No, you didn't explain anything, you stupid muppet.
And why that's true.
Above us, the sun, moon, and stars move, not the Earth.
Oh boy, now he's a geocentrist. Great. Yes, the stars move. Yes, the moon moves. Yes, the sun moves. Yes, the Earth moves. Everything moves.
Well, not really. Your whole religion is based on the sun being static in the centre of a system known as heliocentric. That means sun at centre, with you moving around it. What are you babbling about? This guy just doesn't know his own religion, does he?
And the firmament, a solid, dome-like structure, keeps everything in place, creating a sealed, balanced system.
Hey, okay, so I just have a quick question for you. Then how do meteors hit Earth?
How do meteors hit Earth? What meteors? Show me one. This is a story.
The one that
you're
hit Russia in 1908, I think, shattered windows and exploded before it hit the surface, though.
Okay. I mean, prove that's the case. In terms of things coming to the ground, you're going to prove their origins are a sky vacuum that would leave us all dead with no gas to breathe? Definitely not. Now, I don't know what you're claiming has hit the ground, and I haven't seen anything hit the ground. I've seen plenty of lights fly across the sky. As for them hitting the ground and being rocks from the sky, seems absurd. I'm going to need some pretty high standards of evidence for you to actually prove that to me, because rocks from the air seems ludicrous. You know, rocks don't live in the air.
I think Chicken Little said it best. The sky is falling.
Well, if he's going to assert that, he's going to need to back it up with some evidence beyond something that's being written about and said, here you go, on this date, a rock came from the sky. Did it? Show me the rock. Oh, you can't. Oh, it just disintegrated on impact. Was it an impact? Who saw the impact? Have you got photographs of it coming from the sky and impacting the ground?
How? Explain this to me.
Let's talk about water.
Yeah, meanwhile, the claimed rhetoric where the rock, which you think has collided with the ground, despite of having no evidence to back that, is claimed to come from a sky vacuum that we can debunk based on laws of nature. So if the sky was a vacuum for rocks to come from, then the gas we breathe, which expands in all directions at a high velocity, would expand instantaneously into the volume of space you think these rocks come from. Meaning that we'd have never developed gas pressure on the surface of a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum, because the first particle of gas would leave the surface of Earth, travel into the sky vacuum to never return. And so with the second and third and fourth particle of gas, we'd never develop gas pressure, because the gas would always escape into the area you think rocks come from.
Ever notice that water always finds its level?
No, that's an axiomatic principle that's used in building stuff. So it's not that I'd notice it, it's axiomatic and useful.
Yes, because of gravity.
But because of what? Bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time? You think that water finding its rest is because of gravity? Number one, no, water will never be level on the surface of a sphere Earth because there are no level surfaces on a sphere Earth. So, no. Secondly, gravity is the bending and warping of a pseudo-geometry invented by Einstein 110 years ago. So, what? Nonsense waffle from an idiot.
Oceans don't curve or bend.
That's correct. We have sea level. It's used in measurements.
But, like, they do? That's why...
Sorry, so when we measure sea level, it's bendy sea level? Is it? You utter clown? No, you're stupid. Oceans do not bend. We acquire measurements for things like your Earth curve fantasy. Surface level is measured with respect to your height above sea level. When you measure height of eye, if you're looking out at a horizon over the sea, you need to know how high your eye is off the surface level. Eye level. These aren't bending, but you're just going to assert it by pure fear. It's just bending sea level. No, it's level. Clues in the title. Sea level. Used in measurements.
ships disappear over the horizons.
Earlier it was too big for that to happen. Earlier you said, no, Earth's so big we won't lose track of lighthouses. I pointed out that in your Earth curve rhetoric, you've got 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, giving you the distance to the geometric obstruction that would block the view of lighthouses. Now you've got things going over the horizon that you formerly decried.
Have you never been to the ocean?
Sorry, you just said we wouldn't have a blocking view. Now, we debunked this crap based on the fact that you need a flat Earth to measure for surface level and eye level being parallel for a geometric sphere edge that was debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. The one that you denied when you said Earth was so big. Keep up with your own stupid idiocy.
They remain flat and contained, with Antarctica acting as a barrier around the edges.
I'm at a loss for words. Does anybody actually believe this stuff?
Well, it's all based on belief in terms of what you're responding to, so the TikToker's not supplying any evidence either. I mean, I will. I'll talk about Polaris having a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to it to derive the latitude system off a flat Earth, and your heliocentric motion in orbital terms being derived from those systems. The measurements of angles off a flat Earth to stars. That's what I'm putting to you. What you're doing is picking out the lowest possible hanging fruit off TikTok. So you can hand wave it and say Earth's so big we won't have a physical geometric sphere edge block the view of lighthouses. Oh, really? Yet moments later it's, oh, have you not been to the beach? What, to see the sphere edge horizon that we debunked in 2020 blocking the view of a lighthouse in the distance, perhaps? You total clown!
If Earth were a sphere, water would flow and curve, defying its natural behavior. Now, think about airplanes.
Okay, so now they're just gonna start using the evidence that we disproved because their evidence just doesn't make any sense and isn't correct. And now they're just using that to push their...
But what evidence? He just pointed out that water's flat when at rest, and if Earth was a ball, it'd be curving. You said it did because of gravity, and now you're suggesting that the evidentiary standards is lacking. You agreed! You justified it with bent pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time. A geometry bends the water according to you. But yet now the rhetoric's woeful. What are you babbling about? Contradictory much?
They're like, not...
The mathematics... The mathematics he's appealing to doesn't have a bent Earth in it either. I don't know what he's on about.
Doesn't know what he's on about either. He's just made a video because he's triggered by people who say the Earth's flat on TikTok. So he feels that shut your channel, shut your attitude is going to win over when he says, no, you're just wrong. Hand wave, hand wave, hand wave. When he doesn't know his own flipping rhetoric.
True stuff like the flat Earth. It's just kind of stupid. I don't have anything else to provide for this video, for this specific TikTok at least.
Okay, well, you didn't have much to respond to. Like I say, you picked the lowest possible hanging fruit. What are you going to say to me when I tell you Earth's measured flat with an angle to Polaris? And it develops all the mapping systems, including your ball reification. What are you going to say to me? You're going to have much for me?
So, next TikTok.
Here is a way you can prove the flat Earth irrefutably. Ready for it? The Suez Canal. That's right. This engineering marvel is over 120 miles long and completely leveled the entire way.
I might have an idea of what they're trying to argue here. I think that they're trying to say that the Suez Canal doesn't accommodate for the difference in water levels between the Red Sea and...
But did you say the difference in water levels? Is that what he just said? Water levels?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought that was rhetorical. I apologize.
And the Mediterranean. The reason for that is it doesn't really need to. They're very similar.
So the water doesn't need to bend around a curved surface of Earth that you think it is curving. It doesn't need to. No, it doesn't. Welcome to flat Earth.
Similar water levels.
Yeah, water level. Yeah.
No dips, no drops, just straight flat water.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Now, if the Earth were truly a globe...
You don't need to do this, TikTok idiot. Just say it like it is and then move on. Yeah, it's flat. The water's flat. It's flat for thousands of miles. It's flat for hundreds of miles. It's flat for a mile. Whatever you're asserting, assert it and then move on. Not if Earth was a sphere and then it would be bending. Leave that to your opponent.
We'd expect to see some sort of curve over that.
No, we'd have curve, they'd measure it and they'd show us the measurements, but their measurements come from a flat plane measurement of a surface level and parallel eye level. So no, we wouldn't see it. You're just wrong in this regard to their rhetoric. Their claim is we measure Earth flat with surface level, we then measure how high our eye is off the surface level, parallel with it with eye level, and then with those two values we can derive a geometric sphere edge below surface level with a dip calculation, as in the differential between surface level and eye level that are both flat. We can assert that that difference creates a geometric point below the surface level called Earth curve. That's not to suggest that we would expect what this TikToker, who's presumably a flat earther, is now asserting we'd see with our own eyeballs if Earth was a sphere. That's just wrong. No, it's never ever implied. It's only ever in existence in the maths. We wouldn't see a physical geometric sphere edge because no such beast could be possible to be seen. It would be below the flat surface level that's being measured to assert it mathematically. That's idiotic to even assume you can do. You can't say, if I look out and measure Earth as a flat surface, then I reckon if I go up higher than the surface level I've just measured, and measure how high I am off that surface level, and assume that my eye line is parallel with that surface level, then I can derive mathematically a globe edge below the surface level I just measured. No, you can't. So it's incorrect for Flat East to assert this on their behalf. Stop making globe Earth claims on people's behalf. Yeah, just don't do it. There's no need.
That distance, right? So,
all right, never mind. I have zero idea what he's talking about here.
Well, then you're a clown. If Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles and every distance to the geometric horizon, the one you denied that you wouldn't be able to have blocking the view of lighthouses, the one that you said you wouldn't have because Earth's so big, well, in your maths, it's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the distance to the physical geometric sphere edge below surface level in your maths. That's what he's talking about. Learn your own stupid religion before you make a video. Otherwise you'll have me, that's my name's Nathan Oakley, shouting at you, telling you you're an idiot, with total justification because you are. You don't know? Then why did you press record?
Here, I think he's just saying stuff, honestly.
why is it perfectly level? Let's dive deeper into this. You've got this massive canal connecting the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, allowing ships to travel in both directions with ease.
Isn't that kind of the point of a canal?
But if we're really living on a globe, shouldn't there be at least a little drop-off along those 120 miles, even just an inch?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. You can literally...
Yeah, because he's talking about curved canals when the assertion of Earth curves come from the geometric limitation at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as asserted in orthographic mathematics known as Earth curve maths. The begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, Earth curve mathematics is what's being alluded to on your behalf by your opponent on TikTok, but you don't even understand what he's talking about. Yeah, we know. Yet you said it's just so big you wouldn't notice that there'd be a missing lighthouse. Yet you don't know your own maths. I'm having to educate you on your stupid maths that measures Earth flat to assert there's a geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet when you measure a flat Earth to get your height above it. Yeah, we know you don't know. You're dumb. Very, very stupid.
Literally see the curvature of it in the image.
No, you can't. There are no curves in images. It's only in an orthographic mathematics called Earth curve maths at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet when deriving this calculation from a surface level measurement. The surface level's measured. Your height of eye parallel with it's measured. Earth curve isn't measured. There's no Earth curve in images. You idiot.
That's what you'd expect if the Earth curved, right? So why is it completely flat?
He is just saying stuff.
No, he's not. He's not just saying stuff. He's offered up an axiomatic principle in terms of the way that water will operate. And then he's described a vast expanse of it, proving Earth is flat. Now, he's not doing it to the standard I'd do it, and he's postulating his opponent's position in terms of what Earth should do if spherical. Now, I wouldn't do that. But he's still absolutely without question making a point that any dumbass could understand if they had half a brain. It's flat, water's flat, it's vast. That's his point. It's not complicated.
In fact, here's a little experiment for you.
This will not be an experiment. I detailed what an experiment earlier was. The elucidation of an effect observed in nature through systematic experimentation based on scientific prediction. That's science. This won't be that, I guarantee it.
The next time you fly, try recording the entire flight.
That's not an experiment.
Just let the camera run and notice something.
No, you're not measuring anything if you're just running a camera and looking out the window with it. Meanwhile, we've got black box data from the NTSB that shows that Earth is measured flat with the angle of elevation, the pitch of the plane with respect to the horizon being nose up for the entirety of the flight. Reference to a flat surface. Earth's measured flat. Don't need to look at your plane with a camera phone. This is garbage.
There's no curve.
Really? What about an axiomatic principle of the horizon when utilising it to establish a surface level for measuring the angles that the globe was made with? You use the horizon practically. Oh, just look at it. There's no curve. Crap.
You can see the horizon line in this. And also, you wouldn't be able to see yourself going over the curve.
Would you not? It wouldn't be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, eh, dickhead? Learn your own stupid religion. Yeah? Go ahead.
I think he was getting ready to say the horizon's Earth curve. He's on the verge of saying it, but he just won't. You know what I mean? Like when he sees the horizon in a picture, he thinks he's seeing Earth curve.
Oh, that's a fact.
Because you'd be going with the curve. Once again, the Earth is big.
No, I called it correctly. Stupid idiot doesn't know his own stupid Earth curve maths. Yeah, your geometric limitation called Earth curve in orthographic representation derived from a measurement of a flat surface level and parallel eye level is at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So big you're a clown! Meanwhile, your assertion of it being at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which you deny because you're an idiot who doesn't know his own religion, was debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. So first learn your stupid religion that you're denying, then realise it's been debunked. You don't even know you've got a distance to geometric horizon. You don't even know. You're denying it based on Earth so big. Yet once you learn it, no, it's been debunked. You utter clown.
Plane doesn't dip. You don't feel yourself.
That's correct, it doesn't. We can prove it with NTSB pitch data.
Nosediving to compensate for the Earth's curve.
Absolutely correct. Pitch data proves it.
Once again, because you don't have to nosedive.
Yeah, you would if you were negotiating a curve falling away from you, you utter clown. You just don't because Earth's being measured and utilised as a flat plane surface. And the horizon's useful for level flight. It's a tool!
Even better, ask the pilot if they have to account for the Earth's...
Why? Why would you go up to a pilot, somebody that's potentially putting your life at risk if they're suddenly distracted with this nonsense, and ask them such a benign question? Learn how their instruments work, and then you'll know Earth's flat. The pilot and his opinion about whether or not he introduces sphericity is irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've got provable data from the black box that shows how Earth is being measured as a flat plane to reference horizontal to give you a degree of how much the nose is up above it for the whole flight when straight and level. That's how flights are described. Level flight. They're not describing that because of gravity. They're not describing that because it's so big we don't need to account for curve. No, you've got Earth curve that's supposed to be falling away from you, that's supposed to be a void ahead of you. If you believe the reified mathematics of surface level measurements turned into sphericity by Kepler, Copernicus and Huygens. If you believe your church rhetoric of a ball Earth in a sky vacuum, then yeah, you'd absolutely have the ground opening up ahead of you. Not that I need to make this it's not my argument. My argument is Earth's measured flat with pitch data. End of argument.
Curve while flying.
That would be because, hear me out on this one, they don't have to. Because...
Right, again, at the start of this video, he said that they do make minor adjustments, but Earth's so big. Now he's completely contradicting himself on his own friggin' video by saying the opposite. Oh my God. Make up your mind. Is it that Earth's so big they only have to make minor adjustments? Like you said earlier, they do have to correct for it. And I shouted at you, pointed out how wrong you were, and referred to pitch data from the NTSB. Or is it now that they don't have to?
Because the plane does it automatically.
Oh, so they don't have to account for it because the plane does do it automatically. That's a contradiction in terms.
Likely, they'll look at you and say no. And let's be honest.
Who cares what the pilot of the plane says when I can reference the actual measurements of the ground with respect to the pitch data in the black box? The pilot's opinion becomes inconsequential to me when there's tools measuring Earth for the duration of the flight and how flat it is. and how, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, they can describe with an angle the nose and its angle above the horizontal plane for the duration of level flight.
If gyroscopes don't account for curvature, then why should we? But let's not stop there.
Why phrase this shitty statement, if gyroscopes don't account for curvature? What the bloody hell? I just don't get it. If coffee machines don't account for garbage disposal, it's a gyroscope. It does what it does. If it doesn't account for Earth being a roast chicken, why? Why do that?
He's invited a if statement into what is. That's always a bad idea.
Yeah. Don't offer something suppositional when you've got a what is statement of fact when it comes to gyroscopic motion.
No. Please stop there. You are hurting my brain and making me pissed off.
Oh, really? Oh, well, you make me furious, you stupid clown. You don't know your own religion of a sphere Earth for us to accurately debunk, so I have to summarise the position that you decry from your own side, for then me to move on to debunk the position that you didn't take for your own side, because you don't know your own rhetoric. So not only have I got to pull apart the crap that you don't understand, I've got to explain it to my audience correctly for you to then debunk it. And you're telling me you're annoyed with this TikToker? Oh my God.
Talk about emergency landings. If you look at flight patterns and emergency landings, you'll notice something odd. They only make sense on a flat Earth map.
That's not a flat Earth map. That's the as it is Gleason's North Pole centric azimuthal equidistant globe projection. Go ahead, John.
All maps are flat. What is he talking about? A flat Earth map?
All maps are flat, but this is not a flat Earth map. This is actually a globe projection.
You know, the one that looks an awful lot like the United Nations logo.
That's a logo. That's not a map.
Okay, so hear me out. Here's the funny thing about trying to display spheres on flat surfaces. You can't. That's why all maps are inaccurate.
On a globe.
No, all maps are inaccurate because they've come from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to create systems like latitude grids, and then projected onto a globe to then have the globe and the points that have been converted from angles within the globe through the globe based on a system of the stars mapped based on them being wrapped around you in a spherical view after actually measuring them on a parallel plane and sky. Then you can project those points back onto a cylinder to cut out and roll out flat. And that creates the distortions. Not because, oh, well, you can't make a flat map from a globe, therefore it's distorted. No, you've started with flat Earth measurements of angles to stars to create systems like latitude, then projected points in the sky as though they're hemispherical from your viewpoint with a North Pole-centric system. Then you've projected through that projected star view a globe at radius 3959 from you within it, so that the angles still function when back calculated. That creates a mapping system that is above you in reified concept. Once you've got that, you can project that, as I just described, onto a cylinder to cut down the middle and roll out flat. That is the description accurately describing how the Mercator projection, otherwise known as the world map, is created. Heavily distorted because if you draw a straight line across a flat, straight, square grid that's originating in a circle, it will curve a straight line. That's why it's distorted. Because you've projected flat plane measurements onto a globe and back onto a flat map. But these numpties assume that, oh no, for convenience we have them flat. No. They would only work with elevation angles if they're flat. That's how we measure Earth, flat. So it's got to be a flat map. All maps are flat. But in the meantime, in the process in the last 300 years, we've gone through creating literally thousands of maps that take flat Earth measurements, project them onto a globe by way of the hemispheric or false spherical star projections onto maps that don't exist in terms of reified spheres, back out onto flat maps, creating huge distortions so that everyone can then, blame the flat map? No, blame the globe that's been projected in between, because it started off with flat Earth measurements, and those same flat Earth measurements are what are used with angles to the stars on the flat maps that they must be. The only thing that buggers up the whole thing is the globe projection in between. Shout out to Sensual Goat, I think it is. Yes, it is. Just seen Stan Collymore. What? I've just seen Stan Collymore up Cannock Chase. I wonder if he's watching or who he's watching. Stan Collymore's a footballer, isn't he? Why is he telling me about some footballer who's randomly spotted in some area? Thank you for the super chat all the same, Sensual Goat. I don't really understand it, but fine. Thank you.
The idea that the map, even if it was correct and everyone had spherical maps they walked around with, even if that were true, you still got the measurements from a flat Earth. So the shape of your map is really irrelevant to what the Earth is.
These landings are way out of place. It's almost as if the Earth isn't a spinning ball, but a flat plane, just like some of us have been saying all along.
I don't think this man knows basic geometry. I'm gonna be honest.
And water.
It's just a hand wave, isn't it? Not like I go, I don't think this boy or girl, whatever he is, understands science. I go, this guy or girl does not understand science because science is the elucidation of cause and effect based on naturally observed phenomena and actualization of hypotheses. Therefore, detailing what science is demonstrates why he doesn't understand science. Just saying this guy doesn't understand geometry, move to the next cut. Well, that's a baseless assertion.
Let's think about that too. When you spin water in a bucket, does it form a ball? Nope. It convexes outward.
What are you even trying to say? This point does not make any sense for your claim or for our claim. It's completely unrelated.
What, unrelated to a ball spinning with water on its surface? And either you have I don't know why I'm even suggesting that it could be a possibility. You fail to comprehend your own religion and the consequences thereof. Yeah, your religion's a spinning water ball. And you're saying you don't understand how this is consequential to your or his argument, then you're thick. You're just mentally retarded at this point. If you don't understand how he's relating that to your spinning ball in a sky vacuum with water on it, then you're dense. You're just thick. There's no other words for it.
I was taught that in school at a young age. The teacher spun the bucket around the head, the water stood in the bucket, and she likened it to the earth spinning. That's how I was taught.
Right. Number one, he's perfectly contrasted it with his first point, which is in terms of how we actually functionally utilize water for a canal, it's flat. And then what you've got in your religion is a spinning water ball. Then he details spinning water around in a bucket, and this guy can't believe his ears. You're just thick.
It does the complete opposite of forming a sphere. Water seeks its level. It doesn't curve around a ball.
I wonder why he'd be saying that.
It's in the very nature of how fluids behave. So why would we think oceans are bending around a globe?
Once again, we can literally see the oceans bending around.
A minute ago you didn't understand his point. But now you're saying we can literally see the oceans bending around, yet we can't see them because they won't be blocking lighthouses in the same video 6 minutes earlier. My friend, there's stupid and then there's you.
Maybe somebody, has anyone hit him with the slope-a-dope yet?
You go ahead, John.
I don't think you're getting that from TikTok.
It's worth it for our audience. Go ahead, John.
The slope-intercept formula measures the horizon slope at 0. The curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. So there is no horizon on a globetard.
Oh, dear.
Around the globe.
It just doesn't add up. Now, I know what you're thinking. If all of this is true, why would anyone lie to us?
Please give me one good reason why the people would lie about the Earth being a globe. It doesn't make sense.
I like how he latches straight onto this. We would have critiqued the guy in the TikTok video again because who cares? It's an appeal to motivation fallacy. It doesn't matter why he perceives this as a lie or the motivation behind his version of what he perceives to be a lie. It's measured flat. why your perception of what you think is a lie has been pushed or foisted upon you is irrelevant. It's fallacious to question it. It's called an appeal to motivation fallacy. But what do you know? This clown is obviously going to is going to latch straight onto that fallacious bit of reasoning used by the flatty. Yeah, shocking.
Makes sense to me why people would lie about that.
What's the motive behind convincing us we live on a spinning ball when in fact the Earth is flat? Well, let's talk money.
All right, 2 responses to this one. First of all, I think he's projecting because I'm pretty sure that most flat Earth influencers do it for money and not because they actually.
Whoa, what? I've been here 10 years, I still have to e-beg. I'm talking about having accidentally overfinanced by buying second-hand microphones to the point of £300, and that might force me into a position where I may have to e-beg because I've formally asked to borrow something that costs £600, meaning I'll be £300 short. That is not because I do flat Earth for money. That's not me suddenly raking it in when I get heavily censored by the YouTube algorithm. You're having me on. This is done as a passion for the subject itself, for the greater good. I've got literally 2 hats. One, the Flat Earth hat, and the other, a YouTube hat. The Flat Earth hat says this is your destiny and this is what you should be doing. You're on the right path. God has decried it. He's telling you in various different ways, this is your path. Stick to it. Then I put the YouTube hat on and go, you're doing it wrong. Do this, and then you'll get more views, right? Now, most videographers who just put in the effort I put in would be 10x the size of my channel. But for the fact that I'm heavily censored, why would anybody say, oh, I'll go into that heavily censored arena to make as much money as possible? No, that's utterly stupid. No, I'm not raking it in, mate. Now, I've had to go to huge amounts of effort over the last 12 months to write a book to increase my revenue income because I'm just above the breadline by having an extra means of income by having a book out there. So no, I'm just about scraping by. I didn't pick the subject because I thought it would suddenly make me a millionaire. Yeah? Oh, yeah. What's that? You're a flat earther? Oh, well, we love flat earthers. Oh, tell us all about it, they all cried. No, like you, shockingly, while you take the position that you're going to mock and ridicule flat earthers for being stupid, you think that they go into it because they're going to get praise and money when you're actually decrying the TikTokers and calling them stupid. No, what we get isn't praise and money, it's called stupid by people who are, excuse my French, thick as shit. That's you. You're calling us stupid and you're thick as shit. You will get views, we won't. You'll be promoted in a YouTube algorithm that favours you and your content as you decry ours.
Actually believe in it.
Nathan?
Second of all, NASA...
Good.
Has he shown any evidence for any of his claims, or has this just been a hand wave dismissal the entire time?
Hand wave fest.
NASA is one of the least funded government agencies. If you're talking about anyone...
Did you just say... Did you just refer to how Earth being his religion requires government funding? Indirectly, that's what is just referenced, right?
I give up.
Space exploration is a $1 trillion industry. NASA alone rakes in $69 million a day, every single day.
You do realize how expensive it is to send a rocket to another planet.
You do realise that the place you believe planets are is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas fills space, and you think the area above your head is a giant area of volume called space. Yeah, gas would fill... You wouldn't be breathing, mate. Yeah, you've obviously not been taught natural law because you'd be aware of the second law of thermodynamics and entropic dispersion of gases. Gas fills vacuums. We wouldn't have any gas to breathe. Oh, right, but you believe it's just justifiable that they spend 69 million a day because a rocket going to a place that doesn't exist is really expensive. Even if it did exist, how in unholy hell is it justifiable to spend $69 million a day on exploring an area that has literally yielded nothing for anybody? There has been no benefit whatsoever, if I assume it was real. It's not. The only reason they're spending that amount of money is to bullshit you that it is real. That's NASA's only purpose. Because they're not going to a sky vacuum. There is no sky vacuum.
That's not its only purpose. Because of that they buy the loyalty of people within our communities with that money to their religious pursuits. Because people do receive money from NASA and companies like that, they have an emotional attachment to this as an argument. It's clever.
Right.
From your tax dollars. To put that in perspective, that's more than what all the McDonald's in the world make in a day. And you can Google that if you don't believe me. The truth doesn't need to lie to win.
I mean, I actually don't believe you now you've suggested that I Google it. You know what I mean? Because I suggest that all you did was Google it, therefore it probably isn't true because you just got it from a Google search.
All right, now this person is going into how the government is lying to you, which
is an absolute fact that anybody with half a brain would realise regardless of the subject matter.
I mean, you're allowed to be mad at the government. The government does terrible things sometimes. Doesn't mean you have to be mad at NASA. NASA
is a government agency.
Isn't lying to you.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. That's what government do. They're not lying to you. Okay, so you think that there's men floating around in a sky vacuum. Okay, let's just think about this for a second. So they're not lying. So the men in the suits, right, looking back on Earth in your bullshit world of sky vacuums and heliocentric ball Earths, right? The guys looking back at Earth will pretend that we're him. We'll empathise with this man in a suit, a spacesuit, sealed to keep all the gas inside the suit so that he doesn't, suffocate. He wouldn't want his gas that he's breathing escaping into that sky vacuum. And what's he looking at? Well, he's looking back at Earth and the clouds right next to the sky vacuum he's protecting himself from. Yeah, those clouds, representative of the high-pressure gas that's not contained, not dispersing into the vacuum that he's got to be very worried about. He needs a whole suit that's pressurized. It's had a lot of money spent on it to keep the gas inside the suit. I mean, Earth don't need a suit, though. Earth's good. I mean, gravity, yeah. Bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry holds the gas in defiance of the second law of thermodynamics and entropic dispersion that will happen always without exception. It's a law of nature. It just doesn't apply to this scenario, except to the suit. The man in the suit, he needs to worry about the second law of thermodynamics and gas dispersion. But the ground below him, it doesn't. It's got a separate set of laws. Gravity. I mean, that's not a law, and it was superseded by a mathematical concept in a geometric term invented in the mind's eye of a man named Einstein, where we have bent space-time. But that isn't a force and won't be holding gas, and it doesn't matter because who cares? It only applies to the man in the suit. So it's all good. They're not lying to us. The second law just doesn't apply to the Earth. Okay.
And with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this horrible video I made. This is the longest video I've really ever made that's this well edited. So thank you guys so much for watching. Comment or subscribe or like or anything.
Oh, well, I will encourage that you are helped along in the YouTube algorithmic love. We'll find out if any of my audience has done it in a minute when I refresh and see. I don't normally do this, but I won't give enough time for anybody to do it now. But I would encourage, if you are in the live stream audience, to do this now, which is to say, pop along to this guy's video and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment.
If you really enjoyed the video and
he just admitted that this subject is so triggering to him. He made the longest video he's ever made. At some level, this scares him to death.
Well, either way, it's not normally the case that we're appealing to smaller YouTubers to do this, but the whole point of me sending my audience to you is, number one, because I'm a YouTuber, and I wish you every success in your YouTube endeavours. That is to say, I am sending my audience, which is considerably larger than yours, given you've only got less than 500 subscribers, to help you along. I'll encourage them also to give you a little like, which I'm going to do too. So, again, helps you along in the YouTube algorithmic love that I so desire as a flat earther, but do not receive, being heavily censored at the decree of Congress. Meanwhile, we'll hope that you would do the same for me and put my link to my video if you were to do a response and address things like the elevation angle measurement to Polaris, being off a flat Earth and developing your globe system that you believe in at the decry of the Roman Catholic Church, where it originated, yeah, you could maybe respond to me with a link to my video. Yeah? Now, I might have shouted quite a lot. I'll be honest with you, just so you know. It's nothing personal. I've got a new microphone and I do actually need to test how well it compresses the sound through the transformer that it's balanced with.
So let me interrupt you so you could shut me up.
I'll need to be able to shout, just to test the mic. Now I'm speaking into the right side.
What
of
you
it.
need to start doing, Neil, is just ignoring that he's talking and then talk back and forth. So how was your day, Neil?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I got to go into work tonight, but, what are you going to do? This guy is an utter moron. He wouldn't even know what to do with an elevation angle.
John's subtle reference to what they do in Discord when they're doing badly, which is, if I can just avoid responding to you at all and have a side discussion with somebody ancillary to this discussion, I'll avoid having this debate make me look stupid.
Yeah. They do that, though.
They do that. Do.
They do in their pants.
Do, Neil. Right, but with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Up to the left. It's a slow process.
What was
he didn't listen, did he?
No.
What was the Stan Collymore reference, Adam? You said good reference underneath the super chat from Central Goat. Adam? Has he buggered off?
Oh, it was the above comment, I'm pretty sure. I think it was Garth.
Yeah, Nathan. Price of Adam is active in chat. You're not.
Yeah, okay. I just didn't know if you knew what the super chat was about, because his message was directly underneath it. Obviously not.
Yeah, no, I didn't get the super chat.
Ah, fair enough. No worries.
Adam
Neil,
likes hanging out in the gutter.
Damn.
What was that, John?
How much was the boards off when you finally met up?
Oh, you don't even want to know. Almost 3 inches.
So there was a gap of 3 inches. What are you going to do in that? Just put something over top of it or something?
That's exactly what we did. What we did was we just figured I went over the other board, right? The where we left off. I went over the other board a half an inch and established a new line. We're going to have to double cut into that. Oh, well. And started fresh from there. And I'm not even looking at it yet. I'm going to have him freaking change everything since he didn't listen to me.
Did he not account for curvature, Neil?
Technically, what I'm going to do, John, eventually is it's not a waste of a lot, because I could take all of them up, scrape off whatever glue is on the back, and redo it to the second phase I got down. Just redo it to that. Now, once you get it in, of course, it's going to cock, but you'll never pick it up when it's all down. And the mistake was, I'll tell you where you didn't listen the first time. I said, we got to start from the middle of the store. Now, fair enough. There's nowhere to go off of because it's a supermarket. I have no reference no wall to go off of. I have no foundational walls. Where do you start?
I don't know, Neil. That was someone else's fault, right?
Well, what I could have did was, I think about it now, I could have went off the last tile that was down. Even though we patched over it, I could still see some of it. And they were pretty much on the money. All their cuts were the same size. We could have went off of one of their lines, but you couldn't get it on the other side. I needed a laser. That's what I actually needed. We needed a laser to get the line established. And you need to start from the middle of the store and work right to left.
That's not a line, Neil. That's a curve. But we're calling it a line.
Yeah, I know. They used to tell me I'm getting, when I level a room, I'm actually getting it from the center of a ball. but I don't know it.
Well, that's kind of silly, isn't it?
Well, look at go with the slope-a-dope, right? But their level is different, right? It's well, how does it go? Equidistant to the center of a ball. What's that? I always forget that word they use.
Well, no, their level is a flat plane. You can see it in any of their mathematics.
Right.
We could talk about Darius Gasparitis.
I was about to take that lull to talk about microphones, actually, Neil. Do you think it's good that they got back in touch with me to loan me a mic? I'm really pleased. I'm really excited because I called them first thing this morning. The woman that I spoke to, because admittedly I phoned half an hour before they open, because you kind of want to see how slick they are. Well, at least that's how I gauge people. And there was someone there. They took my call, told me who I could speak to at 9:30 when everyone was in. And then when I called back at 9:15, the person I got transferred to immediately knew who I was and what I wanted. And they explained that the person who had been in contact with me had preempted that I would be in touch and what she needed to get from me, i.e. credit card details. So she took my credit card details and said, I'll get it sent straight out. It should be there tomorrow. So I'm like, wow, fantastic service.
That's good customer service.
Very much so.
Right there.
It's one of those that I'm delighted. I wouldn't normally mention things like this. I get good customer service regularly. It's not often noteworthy. But in this case it is, because it's something that it's a luxury item. It's not something I need, right? But it is. In other words, it's like saying to somebody who's a muso and they use an electric guitar and they've been using the same electric guitar successfully and making money with it for 5 years. And they go, I want to buy a new guitar. Someone could go, you've already got a guitar and you're making money with it. Why do you want a new one? You're like, well, because I just want a new one is the answer. And I use it daily and I want it to be better than the one I've got now. I just want a better one. Well, in my case, that's my microphone, right? It's directly what I use daily. I talk into it, right? It's what produces the sound, and that's what I use to make my living. So therefore, after 5 years of having a mic, it's like I do want a new one. But it's such a huge expenditure. You know, it's like hundreds of pounds. So if I'm going to commit, that's why I'm slightly gutted now. I've looked back on how much I've spent on second-hand mics. You're like, it's only 50 quid. It's peanuts. It's nothing. It's pennies. You're like, yeah, but when you buy half a dozen of them, suddenly you've spent quite a lot of money. Anyway. They're all on eBay now. So all these mics I've tried.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got better customer service in the UK than we have in the States, because T-Mobile jerked me around.
That's a different company. This same company that was being recommended in terms of other people who bought these mics because they'd borrowed them from their distributor in the States. So in other words, the equivalent of Funky Junk here in the UK, the UK distributor of Sawyer's, has got an American equivalent where people in the States have got in touch and gone, any chance I can borrow one of these Sawyer's mics? I've heard they're really good. Lots of people rave about them. And then they borrow them. And every video I'd watch, people were like, yeah, I don't want to send it back. Which means, yeah, you've had to pay for it. Because they're not just going to say, yeah, sure, we lend them out all the time because we know that we'll end up giving them you for nothing. So inevitably, like when I used to loan out high-end equipment, you know, if you're confident in your equipment and you know that it's going to be good, you're confident to lend it out because you're like, I know damn well if I lend this to you, you're going to want to keep it. But we'll see. This is the benchmark, Neil. The reason I'm bringing it up now is because because they're sending it out so quickly, the mic I'm using now is probably going to be very short-lived. And I already know that this essentially is the best sound I can achieve. What you're hearing now is as good as it gets in this space, right? Transformer balanced large diaphragm microphone. It's as good as it. This is it. You might get, if you spent, let's say I spent $3,000 on a Neumann version of the same thing, right? It might be 2 or 3% better. and I'm talking very subtle differences. But in terms of what it is and what it does and what it represents, this is as good as it gets, the sound. So what I'm hoping is I can achieve as close as possible to this sound without the thing being essentially on top of me, in my face. So just a couple of feet further away will mean I don't feel, because I feel constrained. It sounds weird, but this actually makes me feel claustrophobic, having this mic so close to me. I'm sure it sounds wonderful, but I won't be able to run shows like this.
Well, you feel like somebody's hovering over you?
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like something's hovering over me. So typically, and if I put it far away, the drop-off's so quick that it won't work like a shotgun mic. But a pencil condenser with a hypercardioid capsule will hopefully get 90% to what my shotgun mic did at distance, but sound like this. God, I hope so, because I can't. I'll either go back to the original mic if the Soyez doesn't sound good or doesn't function the way I want it to, or picks up my speakers. I'll just go back to the Rode and just accept that that's what I had previously was as good as I could achieve. I know this sounds better than my shotgun.
Yeah, it sounds better when you speak into the proper side of it.
Yeah.
And not the back of it.
I'm glad you said something, Neil. If I'd have carried on doing the whole show, it would have been terrible. Day one, immediately made a mistake with it. But that's just the way it goes, right?
Trial and error, baby. Trial and error. So
Yeah.
Nathan was speaking into the back of the mic instead of the front of the mic. I was telling him it sounds tinny. He didn't take my word for it until somebody in chat said, hey, you sound tinny. And then he did a little investigation and found out he was speaking into the wrong end of the microphone.
Yeah, but that's something that, from my perspective, right? So to check it, I said, no, maybe I've done something wrong. I'm unfamiliar with this mic, actually. I didn't say you were wrong or not take your word for it. I said, well, I must have done something wrong then. I don't know what I could have done. And then I started checking things as soon as you told me. And then I listened to myself back. So I can loop it back through my monitors, essentially like putting on a pair of headphones. I just listen to the sound of my own voice. I'm doing it now. But when I heard it coming through the speakers, I'm like, well, I can hear it. Sounds okay to me. Now, admittedly, it was a little bit quieter, but you think, well, it's not broken. It is working. So I'll have to deal with it later. So then you go, that's what it is. Wrong side. But I won't have that problem if I've got a pencil condenser, because it's like a tube. And short of talking into the cable, you're not going to get the side wrong. Whereas on this, you definitely can.
Hey, listen, you don't know what you don't know. Sometimes people try to write with the eraser. Then they realize, wait, nothing's happening here. Let me flip this thing around. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Like I say, on Patricia Steer's mic, it's got a flat side to the mesh that goes over the capsule, and then there's a domed side. So the back side of the mic is domed, and the side you talk into is flat, which is something that you can go, right, you can immediately tell that you're doing something wrong. Whereas on this, you can't really, unless you catch the light on it, see the capsule at all. So you just, both sides of the basket look exactly the same. So
Hey, to get back on Flat Earth, remember I told you my brother's the one that first mentioned it to me. Look what he sends me now. He sends me this thing that says this freaking oil guy, Khan, explaining where crude oil comes from and what is beyond the ice wall. Oh, God. What is he going to get on board?
oh my God. Well, that
And I
didn't
told him a million times too, and he just doesn't get it. Still brings up feast of nonsense.
Oh, I stepped right into the piece of nonsense. I'll leave and come back.
No worries, I'll talk about my mic a bit longer. So given that this is as good as it gets, Neil, right, this circuit transformer balanced with a big diaphragm, the the pencil condenser that I'm getting is about as close as I can get to this, mostly because it's got a fairly large diaphragm and it does have a transformer inside. So if you go through the little timeline of mics, you get valve mics, and then to better valve mics, they put transformers in them to achieve the same ends. And now modern mics are transformerless. There isn't any in the circuit at all. Yeah? So that to me is too far. They're too bright. They're too clinical. They're too sterile sounding. The modern mics, that is. So these mics from about 20 years ago, there where it's at. Now the modern equivalent that's trying to emulate that, as far as I can tell, is this Soyez, because this little mic's also got a transformer inside it. So it's a tiny, considering it's got a transformer inside it, it's tiny. But it should replicate this. So I really, really hope it sounds like this, because it's similar in circuit design and what it has going on inside the mic. I really hope it sounds like this. If it can sound 90% as good as this, I'll be happy.
I should have paid a little more attention to sound when I had a band. We just went to the store, bought a microphone, plugged it in, and started going. Same thing with the amplifiers. Well, no, I did pick out a good bass amp because I was blowing out my father's speakers on a stereo like on a regular basis. But we just bought stuff and plugged it in. Should have paid more attention to how sound works.
Maybe.
There's
don't need
not a
to
lot
if
of
you don't need to,
musicians who are sound engineers.
Say again, John, sorry.
That's true, John.
What did you say?
There's not a lot of, there's not a lot of musicians who are sound engineers.
Correct.
Well, if you look at the Beatles, as they started learning more and more, they started becoming more and more of an influence on the engineering side. So I guess as you go along, you learn. But
You
Sting
sure
was
about
high
that?
on that.
You sure about
Yeah.
that? I don't know about that.
Yeah.
The stories I've heard about the Beatles from their time spent in studios was generally quite woeful. That is to say, they were quite frowned upon in terms of their abilities as musicians when it came to a studio setting.
Watch Get Back and see their last album, how they got along. In the beginning, it was mostly George Martin. We all know that. But they learned very quickly. So it's not frowned upon. Those are just haters.
No, I'm talking about producers that talked about them.
The
There's somebody who was
professionals in the
famously
field are
quoted.
haters?
There was some producer that was famously quoted as saying they were the worst musicians in history, and it was because of his experience with them in the studio, where Ringo couldn't get this drum track down, and they're spending 2 or 3 hours, and studio time's expensive, right?
Okay.
So they kick him
Bullshit.
out, and the guy just goes to the closest session drummer. Can you just knock this out, please? They get it down while he's out having a fag or whatever he's doing. He comes back in and they say to him, just have a listen, just listen
I
to it
will
back.
interrupt you because that is total BS. You'll tell me Dave Grohl doesn't know drummers.
Dave
You'll tell me
Grohl?
Stuart Copeland doesn't know drummers. Tell me Neil Peart doesn't know drummers. And they all look to Ringo. He had a certain style because he was left-handed, playing in a right-handed way. Okay? Ringo was a professional drummer. Maybe you're talking about Pete Best, the guy that they got rid of, but not the Ringo man. Wrong.
I'll dig out the anecdote and send it to you.
I don't care what you dig out. It's probably a
Yeah.
producer that got fired by them.
You just called the professionals who work in that field haters, by the way.
I think it's true, man. Like I don't like what you said about producers being the worst musicians. Like that's an interesting quote if you could find it, because I feel like that's true.
It is true. They can't play a stick of an instrument, and they're going to tell a musician how to play.
That's not true.
Well, no, it's not because they can't play an instrument. It's because they're hyper focused on the recording process, and then it's a distraction to go into a creative mindset to write music simultaneously. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, that's how, that might have been true 10, maybe even 15 years ago, say, because of how separate they were in terms of training. Now, it's not to say that there isn't plenty of producers and people who run studios and such like that are technical, that can sing or can play, right? Definitely that's the case. But more recently, it's because of the advent of really cheap equipment. You've got people who can just start off, if they're a musician, and just learn the technical sides of it quite quickly and easily. So you end up with musicians becoming technically minded.
Yep.
To even suggest that a
But they're not
session
doing it.
drummer sat in for Ringo is nonsense.
What do you think when someone says session drummer? A session drummer is somebody that you tell them what they want or show them what they want, right? If it's music,
I know what a session drummer is.
and they just do it. No ifs, buts, or maybes. It's done.
Yes.
I don't care.
A session drummer
could
is
just-
classically trained.
I
Bill.
know what a
session
freaking
drummer
session
classically
drummer
trained.
is. Session
Okay.
drummer has nothing to do
So-
with creating
and Ringo
music.
Was Ringo classically trained, or did he learn everything himself?
I don't give a crap what you're trained as.
He's obviously getting.
I'll tell you guys that play by ear, they play better than people that read music.
No, the stuff that you can say that the Beatles did that was exemplary, like harmonies. Yeah? That
No, Nathan, I'm not just going to give you harmonies.
in terms of
You
technical
try to
ability.
sing and play the bass. Go ahead.
I'm not
Give me
saying
what-
that. I'm
sing
not saying
and
they
play the
couldn't. Neil,
bass.
just chill.
The easiest
Chill,
song
Neil.
I'll pick.
Just chill. I don't care that much about it. Just chill. I'm just saying, in terms of technical ability as musicians go, they weren't that high on the pecking order. But there are certain things that the Beatles did that they were exemplary at. That is to say, head and shoulders above even people today in terms of what they could do musically. Well, they lent into their strengths. That's why they were successful and they're a really good band. But it doesn't mean that some session drummer could absolutely run rings around Ringo.
Oh,
That goes
I
without
never
saying.
said that either. I never said that either. Ringo wasn't the best drummer. Here's the thing. You could take them all individually, and I could tell you 10 people that are better than him individually. But when you put them in a nucleus, they were the best. Okay? They fed off each other, and they stood where they needed to stay. Ringo didn't need to roll around on drums like Keith Moon. He kept the beat and filled in where he felt necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what our point is. In isolation, they suck. All right.
Yeah.
That's not true either. That's
No, it is
bullshit.
true. It is true.
That's not true. If they sucked, hold on. If they sucked individually, they all had successful careers afterwards. Every one of them.
No, none of them had the magic of the Beatles, though, did they? Individually, not one of
Oh,
them.
you're going to tell me Paul McCartney with Band on the Run didn't slam
Maybe
or
to
John Lennon with Imagine and all of his albums and his last album? Really?
You could maybe argue McCartney 10% of what the Beatles had. Maybe.
You're out of your mind. He was all over the radio. You guys, learn
Yeah, they
your
weren't as
Beatles.
good alone as they were together.
Right.
Neil, just admit it.
I didn't say that. I said they all had
They weren't as
successful.
good.
Name a band that broke up, and every one of them afterwards had successful careers afterwards. Ringo did. Ringo was number one in his 70s.
Okay, that's not what we're driving at. Fine, Neil, you're obviously going to get a bee in your bonnet no matter what we say.
Well, you got to tell me truth. Don't just say bullshit and say, okay, yeah, you're right. That's totally
All
wrong.
we said was a session drummer would be better, and that would be absolutely true. But that isn't the magic that they created together as the Beatles. That's not
A
what.
session drummer is a robot. We don't want robots in creative music.
I agree. But
It wasn't creating music. It was putting music that Ringo created down on a soundtrack, Neil. Why are you acting like this?
No, but that's not what happened, John, because that's not what happened.
It may not have been that way. That's just the anecdote I was told on a YouTube video once. It's not that important, Neil.
Oh, yeah, and if you heard it on YouTube, it's got to be true.
It absolutely was true. I heard it on YouTube. Just an
When you
anecdote.
speak to me, you're
doesn't matter.
speaking to a Beatle. What do you call it? What's that word?
Fanatic,
A savant.
zealot.
Fascinato, whatever that word is.
Aficionado.
Yeah, that one right there. That's me. You need to know anything about the Beatles, you come see me or the police.
Okay, well, I'll bear that in mind. Thanks.
My brother does the same thing. He hacks on me with the Beatles
I
all
wish
the
I'd
time.
have,
You, John. Me too.
I wish I'd have never brought it up.
Well,
Yeah,
here's the thing.
I
I
love the
don't
Beatles.
discipline you in electric, and I wouldn't even attempt to.
I love the Beatles. Think they're great. Marvellous.
There you go. Now on to Flat Earth. John
well, no.
Lennon did
Back on-
have an issue with the song While My Guitar Gently Weeps because George Harrison said, I look at the world and I notice it's turning. So there was an issue with that.
Yeah, Fall on the Hill. So the other mic I was trying last week was something called a subcardioid, which means it's got a really wide pattern. In other words, it's like 50-50. Everything behind it gets rejected and everything in front of it gets picked up. Now, I thought that would work out really nicely, or at least I wanted to try it to see if it would cancel you guys out from the speakers. I did explain this last week. But the feedback I got from my members and people who are saying, just let me know what the sound is like. In other words, encouraging people to notice things. Somebody got back in touch and said, I can hear all your mouse clicks. I can hear you shuffling around. I can hear you playing with your controller when you're playing a game. I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Everything in front of the mic's getting picked up. So if I'm pressing a button on the Stream Deck, you can hear it. If I'm clicking my mouse, you can hear it. The fact that it's rejecting everything behind is great, but the fact that it's picking everything up in front isn't necessarily great. So yes, you could hear my kids when they came in and my wife when I asked her a question. How often does that happen? Not very. So I'm glad I tried a subcardioid, but it wasn't for me. I know you're all concerned about that, whatever it's called, violet finger. Yes, we were all very concerned. We love that mic. It's sad to see it go. Yeah, I was quite sad to see it go. It's so pretty with its like gold tulip thing on it. Absolutely gorgeous. It's the most beautiful mic I've ever seen. I'm not just saying that either. I've seen a lot of microphones. It looked gorgeous. Just for that alone, I wanted to keep it. Alas, it's on eBay also. That was a subcardioid. So slightly higher up the polar pattern regime towards the sharper end is standard cardioid, which is what this mic is. Wow, tell us more about polar patterns. Well, the typical polar pattern that I use on this show is something called a supercardioid, which is what they tend to shove in shotgun mics, and then it ends up with a low bar pattern, which is very, very, very directional, about as directional as it gets.
Do you have to adjust for gravity whenever you're accounting for the direction of the sound?
No. You just have to figure out where
Everything falls down, Nathan.
It doesn't fall down. It's just directionality in terms of what phase is going into what side of which capsule, if there's many of them, or multiples of them. And that's how the directionality of the mic's functional. Well, if I can point the back of it, if it's subcardioid. My daughter, I was showing her these, right? She's asking these questions because I'm suddenly surrounded by microphones and she's asking questions about them, as kids do. The older one of the two, Eleanor. And she's like, well, what does that mean? What does this mean? So I just got a whole string of pictures of all the different polar patterns. I'm like, look, this circle, that means omni. All directions around it. And I'm like, this one, that's subcardioid, right? Looks like a squashed heart. She's like, yeah, got it. I'm like, here's cardioid. It looks like a heart, right? Upside down heart. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, here's hypercardioid. She says, it looks like a bum with a poo coming out of it. I'm like, yeah, it kind of does look like a bum with a poo coming out of it. That's hypercardioid. I thought it was funny. 8-year-olds sometimes do come out with the funniest things.
Oh, that's cute.
I'll dig up
I was giggling.
I'll dig up a picture of hypercardioid pattern and post it so I can show the audience. Because I know everybody's really, really excited about this discussion.
I was trying to get it back on track, but you just completely ignored my claim that sound fall
I've
down,
hijacked
go
this,
boom,
man.
boom.
Hijacked it and turned this into a discussion about microphones. How it's going to be. Skype doesn't want me to do it. It's saying no.
Yep.
It doesn't want me to add this picture. It's saying no, don't, no. You're not allowed. It won't let me post it. Oh well. You won't maybe get to see a hypercardioid polar pattern after all, audience. I'm so sorry to disappoint you all. Give it one more try.
Does sound travel in every direction at the same speed? Or does it when it goes up, does it have to fight gravity?
I wondered where that was going to go. You're just slightly too late. John just did that like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. He did that. Yeah.
Right,
I
on
was
screen.
just saying it again because it was
You're not
good.
going to hijack this. It's not going to happen. Right, on screen for my audience, that's I think that's super or hypercardioid. They're both very similar. I'm pretty sure that's hypercardioid.
As you can notice by the orientation of this instrument that he's now posting, that it is obvious that gravity is having an effect, giving it an orientation.
No. So if this was the microphone's capsule, the microphone would be on this line. So that's where the capsule would be. In other words, if it was a handheld mic, your mouth would be up here, talking into the capsule, and then your hand would be somewhere here, holding the microphone. So if it was a handheld mic, it would be your hand holding the mic, the capsule or top of the mic would be here, and then you'd be talking into it in this area. So this is where it picks up, and then there's a lobe of sensitivity behind the capsule. So the more you squeeze down the pattern, the more a sensitivity lobe pops out the back. Yeah? Anyway. That's what I want. This is the pattern I want. Hypercardioid. Very focused, but with a small lobe of sensitivity. Then I can point this, the back lobe, would be the back of my microphone. I can point this at a thick acoustic panel that's like 7 inches thick. So I'll point the back so it's not pointing at a speaker, and then the speakers are then off axis to the sensitivity lobes by 45 degrees, and then I'm talking into it at 45 degrees. So it'll be pointing at my mouth at 45 degrees, but also the speakers will be at 45 degrees to it, which is at maximum rejection, which is why the shotgun mic worked well, because I had it at 45 degrees to the speakers. So the off-axis rejection was exceptional. Anyway.
You said axis, or sphere.
Yeah, well, the pattern is spherical, so as much as it can't be depicted three-dimensionally, let's put it back up on screen. I just took it down. But this is actually three-dimensional, so if you imagine the lobe of sensitivity being as I described it with the mic here, and the handle for the mic, if you want to describe a handheld mic, well, this in front of it would be a lobe that's three-dimensional. It's not just a flat plane of sensitivity across one axis. Obviously, it's not. It's like a bubble in front of the mic. They try and sort of make it look that way with these sort of curvy lines to try and give you the impression of the three-dimensionality of the sensitivity lobe, front and behind. It's more obvious that they're trying to describe something spherically when you show the rear lobe of sensitivity. Anyway, right, I will stop talking about mics now because I will genuinely annoy people.
Oh yeah, it was killing me like with the Beatles thing. Sorry, Neil, I didn't mean to trigger you.
But what you got on the Beatles records, right, was the same with the Beatles. When they were recording their vocals, they had valve mics that were dangling to keep the valves cool. Well, the mic that I've got now that I'm talking into is transformer balanced and trying to emulate that type of sound that the Beatles would have got from U-47s and things like that. Valve mics. Well, with modern technology in the 2000s, you could replicate that with a transformer, and that's exactly what they did. So you end up with that really nice, it's actually heavily distorted sound, but distorted in a way people like on older records, like the Beatles. So this is the gold standard. And I know QE having just joined. I should really go through it all again, given that QE's just joined.
No.
No.
It's only he doesn't know what we're talking about, though, does he? If I start referencing back to the lobe of sensitivity on a hypercardioid, he's not going to know what we're talking about, is he?
Yeah, but we're better off talking about the model that they keep presenting to us.
No, they don't. What model? What are you talking about? No one's ever presented a model here ever of the globe Earth.
Yeah, the globe Earth model.
No, they've never presented that, Neil.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard the other day somebody saying there is a model and QE don't know what he's talking about. He's just not looked into it enough.
You'd figure that they would have, since you talk about it so much. You guys give them their model all the time. You figured you'd seen it.
So that sounded like I was being indicted.
Not only, it's the royal you.
Now, QE, when Nathan wants to say model now, his new word is idea.
Or paradigm.
Look, man, I got that from good authority. So I sat down. There was rumblings amongst the higher councilmen. And then Brian said, paradigm. That's the word you will use. And I went, paradigm. And he went, yes, paradigm. I went, okay. So shall be decreed. So it was.
I don't think a delusion can be described as a paradigm.
You should have been here at that meeting. I think when describing it generally for the people who adhere to it, it's reasonable to call it a paradigm. In social terms, that would be the accepted description of what it is. It is there, right, collectively, paradigm. It's Copernicus's idea, Huygens' assumption for the idea that was already in place. But then you can't describe it as a paradigm because the masses aren't adhering to it when they're coming up with it, are they? So then you can't say, well, the Copernican paradigm if you're referring to him. Does that make sense? That's why I stutter over that when I'm describing it in a long spiel, Neil. If it wasn't for QE, I wouldn't care. But for the fact that QE had pointed out that words have meanings, choose your words carefully.
Yes, I agree. If it wasn't for QE, we'd be modeling all over the place.
Yeah, we'd be spewing our nonsense waffle without any concern for how that would actually affect the greater masses of flat earthers. And it does affect them. Like the TikToker earlier, right? I'm getting annoyed at the TikToker. Why? Because he's talking about seeing too far.
Not only him, Nathan Thompson, Thomas, or whatever, asking QE what a scientific model is, and then asking about Hanvey's joke. What's going on here?
Just out of curiosity, has anybody checked out that Nathan Thompson's debate?
Yes, they spoke about Stevie C. A couple of people on Discord said he didn't do well. We should pull it out and go over it now that the master is here.
I won't be going over that.
You won't?
Nope.
Did you already watch it?
Why not?
Was it that bad?
Why not, QE?
I plead the fifth.
Oh, my.
He likes old Nathan. He likes Nathan and he doesn't want to.
Well, I kind of felt the same way when I spoke to him.
No. You said we're going to critique it. I don't care how much you like him. We're going to critique it. And he welcomes it.
Who said that?
Nathan Thompson.
Nathan Thompson or whatever.
No. Who said we're going to critique it?
I did.
And I did. I'm giving you an order.
Yes, so,
listen, we can't play favorites.
I mean, it's not something I would necessarily want to pull rank on, Neil, but it's not. I encourage Nathan to spend a bit more time around us generally, and I hope he does exactly that.
It's hard to fill a cup that's already full.
Your guys' loyalty to these freaking numpty flat earthers, it really stresses me out.
Not loyalty.
What is it then? Fill us in. Why Static Warrior? Was it pity?
Why does Aesthetic Warrior come up? I haven't spoke to him since the last time he was on the show.
Doesn't matter. When he was on the show, you loved him long time.
Now he's just somebody that you used to know, right?
That's a song.
Yeah, I know. A song about an ex-lover.
Yeah, that was a weird song too. I thought it was weird when I first heard it, and I kept on hearing it. I'm like, I kind of like it, but I kind of hate it. It was a weird song.
It's because it had Bar Black Sheep.
It wasn't just a song about an ex-lover.
Because it had what?
Bar Black Sheep.
Just
It was Bob Black Sheep.
Yeah. I mean, it was
Is that the one I used to love her, but I had to kill her?
No.
Oh, okay.
Baba Black Sheep? Really?
And it started dun 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 dun. dun.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
The one I'm thinking of is from Guns N' Roses, right? I used to love her, but I had to kill her.
No, I don't listen to Guns N' Roses, for God's sake.
I don't either, but I heard it when it was out.
So how is your boy? Static Warrior.
Shut up. He's
Wait a
not my
second.
boy. I haven't talked to him.
That's right. The doctor's his boy now.
I doubt he's a boy if he's a GP. He's probably in his 50s.
Not in his 50s.
it was.
See how he's defending him? See?
It was shocking to
See?
Yeah, I mean.
I tell you, I've been working nights, so hold
like,
on. I've been working nights, so I've been. Oh God. Yeah. QE algebra for somebody is amazing. I've been working nights, so I did. I'm ashamed to say, fall asleep during ball busters, but I woke up on that part. I was like, "Who does he love now? A doctor? What happened to Synthetic Warrior?"
You didn't wake up on the Darius Kasparaitis part, though, did you?
I was sound asleep on that. But you know what? That was in the 90s. I would have been better off with the 70s Rangers. I stepped away from hockey for a little bit. The last I remember is the Rangers winning the cup, and then I didn't watch for the next couple of years. And that's when he was on the Rangers. And I did not know he started that salute to the fans.
Yeah.
And he was a bad little son of a gun. He wasn't even 6 feet tall, but he knocked Lindros and a few others if you look into how many people he put out.
Like we got everyone here. I'm sorry to say it's not going to be booked for me today.
Okay, when do you want to do it?
That's a good question. Wednesday is the best day for me.
Wednesday?
Wednesday and Thursday would probably be best days for me.
Thursday's okay.
What about Wednesday, Adam?
No good.
So Thursday, we could do it on Thursday. Can we start straight after the show? Or because Thursday you tend to get home a bit early.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We're not going to start on Thursday and you go, I need breakfast and you need to go and find these citations for 4 hours.
What about
Listen, we're in the home stretch now.
What about Friday?
I'm Good Friday, yeah.
Adam?
No.
Thursday. We'll work out on Thursday when we'll do it next then.
I'm busy Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So.
Oh, bummer.
Oh no, Thursday I'm okay. So I'm in Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay. Yeah. So on Thursday we'll figure out what we'll do the following week. But hopefully, if we can start once we finish the show on Thursday, we can actually, like properly get some stuff done. Not that we weren't typically getting stuff done. I'm just, it's limitations on time rather than the amount of effort we put in when we are doing it.
Put it on. Make a quick after show, and then let's get to it.
Yeah, on Thursday.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
technically you don't even.
Go on, John.
Go on, John.
Oh, I was going to say technically you don't even need an after show.
Well, you're right. I mean, the after show is typically to. Maybe we could do the book in the after show. No harm. It's not going to come out for another month because I'm like a month ahead now on after shows on the second channel. So if we did do it, it wouldn't come out for another month, which kind of puts some pressure on to get it done.
What about what's going on? Are you here early today, Adam, for that reason?
No, I'm busy tonight. I can't really type.
You can't really. Okay.
Cool. Well, at least we've got a plan, because then I won't fret about it.
Is there any information in this book that's not already known, though?
No. Like what?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's heavily cited, the book is.
There's a certain amount of exposition about the show itself. But that's not really like stuff that isn't known. If you were following the show, you'd probably know that stuff anyway.
Okay. I just okay.
It's more the formatting, I would say. Like you say, it's heavily cited and it's formatted in a digestible way. So everything about Coriolis is all in that Coriolis chapter.
Not according to Divergent Droid.
What do you mean?
He thinks that
Divergent Droid says there's a paper where.
Go ahead, John, you explain.
Divergent Droid says he has a paper where the guy who discovered the Coriolis effect was using it as a force. I'm not seeing the paper that he's claiming. I did ask him to get it, and it would be nice.
No, he posted them. I got them. I thought you read them.
The papers are in there.
And he's not talking about a pseudo force either.
Well, it seems he's going on the hijacking part, on how they took whatever Coriolis was doing, which I haven't read yet, but I think I will, and using it for Earth turning.
Deviations of fluids. He's talking about the Coriolis effect.
Say again, Coriolis.
It's like
I just sat down again. Coriolis effect, right? Yeah, that's a lot of stuff's been going on. Coriolis effect and refraction and the conservation of momentum. So I wrote up a couple things to give over there at the politics server. But I teach over there constantly giving them quick rebuttal arguments that right to the death. And then I go back and listen, and they ain't getting it. They're giving them. I heard one guy give him refraction. I almost choked on my friggin' Cheerios. I said, "You got to be kidding me!" After all the time I spent over here, they're starting to piss me off over there.
We were specifically talking about that Virgin Droid, talking about some paper he has about Coriolis from the dude, and he's not claiming a pseudo force.
Where's the paper?
Should be in Master B.
It's in Master B from the other day. You want me to go find it?
Yeah, let's go over it. Pull that shit up. Is it in French? Translate that mug.
No, I think he has it in English.
Yeah, it's been translated already.
Well, I missed it, so pull it up.
Hey, just real quick, John, just so we can kill it real fast. Is the actual deflection of fluids the Coriolis effect?
Deflection of fluids? Yeah. I heard something like that the other day. Somebody went the fluid route on me. Yeah, they wish they never had done that. Clowns.
I know.
Then last night I'm sitting in there. Who shows up? Brenda. I'm like, get out. Just get out. But no, that shit anymore.
She got the natural phenomena you to drop on you, Don. What are you going to do?
Well, she should have dropped the natural phenomenon mic on you.
Adam's adopted the description or terminology that I've given to these people when it comes to the time wasters and such like. And it's just by chance that I shared a video about those people sniffing their own farts and talking about watching cartoons after following his future wife into the toilets. Well, that series of videos about people who the comedians described to call wankers. And Adam has adopted this term for people like that. The time wasters that don't listen or concede any points, waste your time, regurgitate the same rhetoric after you've taken it apart, even if you get them to concede. These people are wankers, and we shouldn't give them any time. Let's not entertain them. It's just done with them. Once they've identified themselves as a wanker, bye-bye, wanker. We don't deal with wankers.
It's in Master B.
That's fine and all, but if you did that in this topic, you wouldn't be talking to many folks.
Wouldn't be talking to you.
Nope. Yep.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
wankers about that answer.
I get what you're saying. If we applied this unilaterally, we'd never be talking to anybody. If I'm understanding what you're suggesting.
Well, because people think they already know. You know, it's odd.
Yeah. But there's a certain type of person that does it in the face of you trying to communicate with them or trying to help them. And in spite of your frustration, they'll carry on doing that for their own amusement. It's that type of wanker that we're talking about.
Does anybody want to pull it up in Master B?
Just hold up. I heard you the first time.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that it's anyone in this room or anyone listening right now, but there are a lot of people in this topic who think they already got a good handle on it, and it doesn't matter what you say to them. They'll just block it out.
So you see this argument right here? On Discord, Nathan, you got this thing up?
No.
Do it.
I'm busy. What is it? Discord.
It's a little how would you want to put it? Skull crusher for their conservation of momentum, occult pendulum, Coriolis. Just kill it quick right here. I wrote this up yesterday morning because I was tired of hearing it. Tell me when you got it up.
I'll dig it out shortly.
You'll dig it out. I'm sharing my screen.
Oh,
on screen now.
Okay, sorry,
Right.
I didn't realise. Yes, it's on screen now for my audience.
But did you have something, Adam?
So I thought he was playing Fortnite. Neil, that thing you posted, yeah, I read that when it was posted last week. What a crock of shit. It's not a paper, it's some ramblings of some crazy Irishman. Starts out by invoking ether, as I remember it, and a made-up term, compound centrifugal force.
Compound. That sounds sciencey.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and read it. Just a minute.
I'm not doing it again.
I'll read it.
Okay. You won't. I bet you'll get about paragraph in and go, this what a crock of shit.
Yeah, probably.
The abstract started nice. I've got it up now. I'm not reading it. But yeah, the abstract, I thought, oh, what's this going to do? Because it talks about Gaspard. And then, yeah, it soon descends as soon as he starts.
Is it written from his hand?
Looks like it, yeah, from his own arse. It looks like he's pulled it.
All right, we want to go over this conservation of momentum real quick. It's really quick.
Yeah, sure.
Irrelevant as well.
Are you still on this, Adam? Are you ready to transition, then transition back?
No, I'm saying that definition is going to be relevant. I should think so.
So, Baltard conservation of momentum belly laugher. So, you're on a spinning space monkey taking off due west from Charlottesville for Adam, Charlotte, North Carolina, which is approximately 35th degree north latitude, meaning Charlotte and the plane on the runway are rotating at roughly 900 miles an hour, and the runway is lined up east to west. Takeoff speed for the flight is 200 miles per hour westerly. The spinning space monkeys must claim at wheels up, the plane will be conserving 700 miles per hour momentum. That's the 900 miles per hour east that the Earth is allegedly rotating, subtracting the 200 miles an hour west that the plane is taking off with. And that will be easterly. So, meaning, if a spinning space monkey news crew in a hovering helicopter with eyes on the runway is filming the plane taking off due west, they will observe the plane flying backwards easterly at 700 miles an hour until such time as the plane's linear momentum overtakes the plane's angular momentum east, laughing my friggin' ass off, imparted to it by the spinning monkey ball. A bigger question is, how about what the people on the plane are observing out their windows? Does everyone get it? Yeah, this is pretty easy. I can't break this down any further. I'm not for the panel, but for the people listening, people in Discord. Why don't you use this? What, it'd take 10 minutes maybe to read through it and then understand what's happening here. Now, I could kill it a lot earlier than this. I usually do with the conservation of momentum. Because the conservation of momentum has a little ball and chain wrapped around it. And that little ball and chain is the conservation of momentum only can be accounted for with an isolated system of objects. I can kill it quick. But I usually like to go this route because a lot of people, when they think about planes flying and they hear that if you follow to its logical ends, you have planes flying backwards. That's why I like this one. Any questions?
No.
I knew it.
Well, it's more fun when it's actually somebody that's opposing you that's being led to make that assertion themselves. That's great. I love that. You know what I'm talking about?
I'll post it here and there. Yeah, I'll take it off. So then I'll share Skype. Present something else on here. 1 second. Hold up. I got to get Skype up. Adam, did you send it to me? You sent me something else. Master B. Oh, it went on. Hold on. Copy this in another place. Copy link. Let me stop sharing that. Moment. Yeah, bigger. All right.
Funny. I just asked AI, right? So ignore the abstract. I just put the first sentence into AI and asked it to explain it. What does this sentence mean? Before you read, can I just read it?
Yes, good.
Putting it all together, your sentence seems to propose a model where inertial forces like centrifugal force from your earlier question stem from an object's kinetic energy, which itself arises from the object disturbing the ether as it moves through it. This isn't how current physics explains things, since the ether was abandoned after experiments like Michelson-Morley failed to detect it. I'll end there. But that's what you're heading into. Good luck.
Good luck with that. Before we get to that, hold on a second. There was something I posted in Skype yesterday as a result of me presenting that argument against them, the conservation of momentum. You guys get a chance to take a gander at that?
I did not.
I did not either. Sorry.
All right, it's quick. So. All right, 1 second, guys. Like, can I share that? I don't know if I could share that. Wait a second. Stop presenting. Let's do it this way. Share screen. Yeah, I can share it. All right. When I presented this argument against the Baltard, of course, they let their wiki Google fingers go wild. This is what they came up with my little scenario. He typed it in, and this is what he got from discovery.com. Since it can't match the Earth's rotational speed, a westward plane technically travels east, just like the entire planet beneath it. It just has engines that help it travel east a little more slowly than everything else, making it move less relative to the ground. This is freaking crackhead stuff there. Did you read that? Let me say it again. Since it can't match the Earth's rotational speed, that'll be the plane traveling west. A westward plane technically travels east, just like the entire planet beneath it. It just has engines that help it travel east a little more slowly than anything else. This summer, this is if you ever
it has engines that help it
It has engines that help it travel slower.
You travel slower east.
Yeah, they're called slow down engines.
These glue sniffing goobers, whoever wrote this needs to be institutionalized. This is hilarious, man. Take this in. I mean, just take it in. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but a baller will grab that and latch onto it and use it.
No, he tried to. And then after he got done reading it, he says, I cannot believe somebody wrote this. Even the baller did. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. He was laughing too. All right. I'll stop. We'll get to Gaspard here. Let's go to Gaspard. Gaspard.
Do you have your puke bucket ready?
I tried to warn DD.
All right. 1 second.
People should just read shit before posting it.
No, that's what I'm saying. He did read it. He was afraid that we missed something, and you don't want to get the book published, and all of a sudden we look silly. I said, that is not going to happen.
Did you take all that in, Adam? You need to read over that where it's traveling east just a little bit more slowly.
I saw that this morning. It made me get. I didn't know where it was from. I'd seen you posted it. Is it from a journal or is it from asking AI?
I think he typed it into Google and he got discovery.com. That's where it's from.
So that's actually somebody's wrote that.
Yeah, somebody actually did. Yes.
You did.
Oh dear. All right. Here's what
wait, before you move on, just make a note of that. Stick it in the book. Stuff that's worthy of citation, isn't it?
Really?
Yeah, because it supports one of the points.
Okay, well, we got it. We'll talk about that. All right. The Coriolis force, the compound centrifugal force? Huh? By Frederick David Toomey, Belfast. Oh, he's got to be friggin' eating moron. Northern Ireland, United Kingdom. Uh-oh.
I mean, that's just written to annoy Brian, that isn't it? Just to point out he's not Irish, he's British.
Well, now, did Frederick David Toomey do this, or did Gaspard?
Frederick David Toomey. This is what I'm saying. I don't know what this shit is. Yeah, look. So if you, I even looked at this. Look, the double helix theory of the magnetic field. Look where you're going.
Coriolis, Gaspard, Gustave, Gaspard, like Chavez. 1835. So he uses number 2. Who else? James Clerk Maxwell, that was debunked by quantum mechanics. Okay. The Coriolis force and Maxwell's. The Coriolis force is everywhere.
We could stop this now because Divergent Droid claimed this was by the Coriolis man himself. It's obviously not, right?
You would also see that in his 4 citations, 2 of his citations is himself.
Yes. Where's the 2 at? Okay, we got the 1. So that's in their inertia. Hold on a second. Compound motion causes an asymmetry in the centrifugal pressure in the transverse direction. The Coriolis force is therefore a compound centrifugal force. He got that from Gaspard. Is that what he's saying?
Seems to be.
Yeah, see, there's no link here. All right. That's probably the only spot that he put him in. All right, we'll go for it. Abstract. The Coriolis force is generally associated with the Earth's rotation, although it can arise in connection with any kind of rotation. In a paper which he wrote in 1835, French scientists, yeah, I'd like to review that. Gaspard Coriolis referred to it as the compound centrifugal force. Does Gaspard know what a centrifuge is? All right, we can continue. And that it is exactly what it is. Oh, it's exactly what it is, huh? It is a compound inertial force, which results when a compound motion causes two opposing centrifugal pressures to press differentially on either side of an object. When an object moves through a medium for the propagation of light, oh no, this induces an inertial pressure around the object, which is manifested as kinetic energy. When this inertial pressure is asymmetrical, such as in the case in a radial or in a solenoidal, what the hell is this? Yeah.
What is the word? Is it a new word?
Solenoidal.
Solenoidal?
Solenoidal.
As in a solenoid?
Somebody look that up. Solenoidal. When this inertial pressure is asymmetrical, such as in the case in a radial or in a solenoidal field, the asymmetry is manifested as an inertial force. In meteorology, the asymmetry which leads to the Coriolis force being induced in cyclones. Oh my God. Oh boy. Let me continue. In meteorology, the asymmetry which leads to the Coriolis force being induced in cyclones is complicated by the fact that there are two centers of rotation involved. Oh, really? And hence, got
solenoidal field. Solenoidal field is a concept from vector calculus.
Ah, okay.
Basically, it's a concept where a field's flow doesn't start or stop anywhere. It just keeps circulating or moving through space without piling or disappearing. So it's just a mathematical concept for vector behavior.
So it's going through space.
Isn't it a divergence?
So there's no torque on it, so it keeps going, right? It's conserving momentum, right?
It's not real. It's a concept from vector calculus.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So in meteorology, the asymmetry which leads to the Coriolis force being induced in cyclones, you know that he's a glue sniffer now, is complicated by the fact that there are two centers of rotation involved. What did he point those out? And hence we are dealing with a double Coriolis force. You double your pleasure. With the double Coriolis force in meteorology, there is the rotation that is centered on the Earth. The rotation of what centered on the Earth? And there is also the rotation that is centered on the cyclone itself. That statement doesn't make any sense. There is the rotation that is centered on the Earth. Yeah, that's a little bit clumsy. There is also a rotation that is centered on the cyclone. This is a train wreck altogether, right by itself. With a number of things where I stopped. Yeah. You want me to keep going?
Not really. Anybody else? Objective key stops there.
Say again?
I'm just
Give
asking.
yourself the first sentence.
All right. For the purposes of the inertial forces, inertia means kinetic energy. Inertia means kinetic energy.
Yeah, keep going.
For the purposes of the inertial forces, inertia means, they need to look up inertia, means kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is an inflation of ether pressure that is induced when an object undergoes absolute motion through the medium for the propagation of light. This makes no fucking sense. I'm sorry. No swearing.
It doesn't make any sense. It seems self-contradictory. They're describing inertial forces, which are not actual forces, and then giving them kinetic energy. This is kind of double-speak, contradictory nonsense.
That is induced when an object, what object, undergoes absolute motion. What's absolute motion? I don't think Einstein's going to be like this too much. Right there. I'm just saying.
You to do is just stop for a minute, pretend I'm a rambling, deceitful ginger bloke who's just come back from Antarctica, and listen to me say, kinetic energy is an inflation of ether pressure, which when induced, an object undergoes absolute motion through the medium for the propagation of light. Who are you listening to?
Are you saying he's Gaspard?
I'm saying he's gaslighting Gaspard for the purpose of ether.
Yeah, but he'd have to subtract this off the end of it because that's the travel of light. Oh, when a collision occurs between two objects, now we're talking about, that's when the conservation of momentum comes into account in collisions. That's when they use it mostly. I don't know how they're doing that since the collisions are not happening with isolated system of objects, but we'll continue. When a collision occurs between two objects, kinetic energy is transferred, but it is impossible to tell what amount of the absolute kinetic energy was initially possessed by each of the two objects. What the hell? I thought this was about the Coriolis effect. The magnitude of the collision.
Okay, I've gone to that reference, or asked AI to find it. So, no, what it's saying, it's not talking about the Coriolis effect. It's talking from Gaspard, with his mechanical issues. So he's got rotating frames of reference in his gyro and stuff like that, and he's talking about forces that are being applied that are disaffecting it or making it not work right. That appears to be what's being discussed. Yeah, it says here, look, it wasn't about the Earth's atmosphere or weather at the time. Coriolis was focused on practical engineering problems like how energy transfers in rotating machinery such as water wheels. You see what I mean? So yeah, he's misrepresenting the quote from what I can see, because it's not, even Gaspard's not saying it's in relation to the Earth. It's to do with his.
Are you saying? Are you saying? Are we in another situation where Gaspard is taking completely, not out of context, but there's a chimera that comes out of his work that is not associated with what they say it is?
Seems to be he's being misquoted, isn't it?
Yeah.
They hijacked, right? They're hijacking his work for their own means.
Yeah, they did that with Newton. Do I need to read any more of this? Yeah, I'll finish this up. Oceans. Okay. This uncertainty led to Galileo's erroneous principle of relativity, in which all frames of reference that are in relative uniform motion are equivalent. Galileo was not, however, considering rotation of electromagnetic effects. Really? Where'd you get those from? And so it didn't matter too much. The deficiency of Galileo's principle of relativity, however, became exacerbated when Einstein attempted to extrapolate it to electromagnetism. Einstein's special theory of relativity resulted from the absurd proposition that electromagnetic effects do not arise from a physical medium, and that hence, as per Galileo's principle of relativity, there exist frames of reference in relative uniform motion which are physically equivalent for electromagnetic purposes. Galileo himself does not have guilty knowledge as regards to the creation of Einstein's special theory of relativity, but he inadvertently did the groundwork. I would sure like when they say electromagnetic effects to get more like specific. For me personally, I want to know what the hell they're talking about. Can we just put light here? Yeah. Electromagnetic purposes. Give me a friggin' break. Uh-oh. I got to eat some breakfast, dudes. Is that it? Are we done?
The moment you said it was not Coriolis who wrote this paper.
Yeah, that's why I'm having a problem with it. And it's nonsensical baloney.
I got to find out from DD if this is the paper he's talking about.
All right, we good? I'm getting hungry.
Well, good. I'm watching Get Back, featuring the history of the Beatles.
Neil, is that the paper he posted when I demanded he post Coriolis's paper?
I'm not sure because he was saying he had it one time and he went through great trouble getting it translated from French to English and he somehow seemed to have lost it. So I don't know if he's trying to get that one back or that's just something he posted. Could be. I just sent him a message. I'm waiting for a response.
The entire claim was that Coriolis didn't claim the Coriolis effect as we know it today.
Right. He's saying that's what heliocentrism and the Baltards have turned it into, and it's not what the Coriolis dude was claiming. Right? That's what I take.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a bit convoluted. That's why I wanted the original paper, and this isn't it. So did he post this in response to what I said, or is this just something else?
Not sure. Now, here's the thing. We observe it, right, on a roundabout. There just isn't any Earth-based Coriolis. So I really don't know what's the problem here. I've seen it myself. One going on a roundabout and looking up at a plane. I seen it live. Almost crashed when I did it, but I did see the deflection. It was illusion.
It's always nice.
All right,
to...
what's next?
Go on.
Yeah.
I said, all right, what's next? I just got back again. I put in my breakfast order.
I was going to say, you ate that pretty quick.
I ate anything. I put the order in.
You talk about hypercardioids.
What are you, in a diner?
You weren't here earlier, so we could get you up to speed on the hypercardioid mic that's coming tomorrow from Sawyer's, a Russian manufacturer.
I got a coroidal mic.
Hypercardioid.
Viper.
Hyper.
I don't have a snake cardioid. I got just a regular cardioid. I can't even say the damn thing.
So far, I've tried cardioid, subcardioid, supercardioid. I could never get away with omnidirectional here. That's just silly. But I'm going to try the one I really actually want to try. Hypercardioid.
Did you get a compound centrifugal cardioid?
No.
That's your problem.
What's next? Because I will actually talk about microphones if there's nothing else. Or
The Coriolis, yeah, we'll get to the conclusion here. The Coriolis force is not what is said to be in modern textbooks. It is not a fictitious illusion, which is merely a product of making an observation from a rotating frame of reference. Really, it isn't. The cyclones in the atmosphere, paradox, are observably, absolutely, hold on. The cyclones in the atmosphere are observable, absolutely. And what does that have to do with your previous statement? And they arise from two very real compound inertial forces. And these inertial forces have a physical cause which is closely related to, but not identical to, the magnetic forces. This dude needs to be institutionalized, man. This Irish cuck.
Yeah, but it's not Gaspard Coriolis saying any of this. It's like some Irish dude that got drunk and wrote a paper. I don't know why it was given it to us as evidence of anything Coriolis said.
The cyclones in the atmosphere are observable, absolutely. The two trees in the front of my house are observable, absolutely. This is some stupid stuff, man. Why'd you make me read this?
I didn't. I told you not to. I said I already wasted enough of my time on it.
Then there is the Coriolis force that is associated with the axis of rotation of the cyclone itself. The Coriolis force leads to conservation of angular momentum. Can somebody send him my little spell? Yeah. The Coriolis force leads to the conservation of angular momentum. Really? So I suppose the Earth is an isolated system then? I need to talk to Gaspard. We need a really big heater and some serious smelling salts.
And a shovel. Probably need a shovel. Too.
This is some baloney. Thanks, Adam.
Adam didn't do this to you. Divergent Droid did by proxy.
Well, it's not Divergent Droid. It's not even Gaspard. It's Frederick David Toom.
Yeah, but it was claimed when this paper was posted that this is what Gaspard thought of the Coriolis effect.
Gaspard. Who claimed that?
Divergent Droid claimed that to me and Neil.
Did he read it yet?
He claimed to have. Maybe he didn't. Maybe this is the wrong paper. That's why I'm letting him off so easy.
All right.
Divergent Droid is a fairly rational guy. I don't think he would put someone else's paper up as proof of what someone else wrote in their paper. You know what I mean? I don't think he would do that.
Have you guys run by this Dr. Mike's proof of a star going behind a mountain? I'll just leave that here. I got to go get breakfast. I'll be back. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves.
Star behind a mountain? So?
I like it. Where is it?
It'd be more impressive if it was the other way around.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, like the mountain walking its happy ass in front of the star.
Vice versa.
Well, you would think if your claim was that the frame of reference you're using is what's rotating and not the stars, then that's how you would say it. You wouldn't say the stars are rotating. It wouldn't make sense then, would it?
I got a different question to ask. Adam, if you were to just take a shot in the dark, when do you think the book is going to hit? I mean, everything done and ready to hit the presses. 3 months?
I honestly don't know. Depends how we go. We're going to go through it now, aren't we? We're close to going through it. So, how does it feel? How much has each chapter got to be worked on? I don't know.
I think it's going to change the face of flat Earth, to be honest with you. It's going to level the landscape. I'm telling you, man. I got that feeling in my gut.
Neil, you're working under the assumption that our opponents in this arena actually can read.
I don't even care about our opponents. I'm sitting in, I'm seeing and hearing what's going on. And when that hits the black and white, I'm telling you, we're the Beatles of flat Earth. And we play our own instruments.
I'm not biting on that, Neil. Sorry.
Well, the funny thing is, I found what Nathan was talking about, and it was a quote from Quincy Jones. Now, he just met them.
That was it. It was Quincy Jones. I knew it would come to me eventually.
He spoke about a few songs, and nobody ever said that George Martin, he was great friends with George Martin. Nobody ever said that that man did not take them to another level. Yes, I know a professional musician. He used to be part of my worship team when we went street evangelizing. And we'd go to my house, and this guy was great. And he told me, he said, the Beatles would go with pretty rough stuff. Very, original and amazing. And George would clean it up. And then they would play it the way George cleaned it up in the beginning. But after 1966 and 67, it wasn't happening as much. George would come in with the orchestral music and add that in. Yes, he does all of that. And I never heard that quote coming from George Martin, who was with them day in and day out, especially when they were recording. So, Paul McCartney, a terrible bass player. Paul McCartney was a guitar player who was forced to play bass. But he took it up and sang while he played. That's not an easy task.
I feel like you're protecting the Beatles against something we weren't saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a guy's point of view, who I'm not taking anything away from Quincy Jones. You got to be an idiot. The guy is music. And, well, no. Did you feel that way when him and Michael collaborated? Meaning Paul
But
McCartney
see,
and
the
Michael?
thing is, a songwriter does not necessarily have to be a good musician, because it's not the same thing as creating music. It is using the instrument to create the sounds.
Yeah, but that's, if you know anything about the Beatles, that is, first of all, they played their first 6 years in existence were just constantly live in Germany. So that nonsense that the Beatles couldn't play live was insane. Couldn't play live to what they were playing to. Screaming teenagers.
Right.
Anyway,
But,
I
you
don't
know,
got to
like
validate the greatest
Ringo,
band that ever graced the Earth. I was almost Adam maneuver and say graced the planet.
I'm not saying that you need to validate them or anything like that.
Don't bring up Ringo
I'm
and a
just
section
saying
drummer.
it is
Totally
entirely
different.
possible. Oh God.
Pull up the record.
I did bite on it, Neil. You finally got me to
Pull
fucking
up
bite
the
on it.
record
Pardon my
where
French. Sorry.
pull up the record where Ringo had to be sat in, other than Paul McCartney, because there was times when he wasn't around and Paul McCartney's playing the drums. Oh, bad musicians. Let me just shift over here and play the drums. Band on a Run, his band abandoned him. So pick that up and listen to that.
Quincy Jones was.
I'm not even speaking about Quincy. I'm talking about historically. When the band, the Wings, deserted him, he had to continue recording. And most of that album is Paul McCartney playing all the instruments.
Yeah, but you said find me the citation where a session drummer had to stand in for any of the Beatles, and Nathan did that. That was what this whole conversation started about.
One man's word? I take Ringo's.
Quincy Jones's word.
Quincy Jones wasn't there.
Quincy Jones wasn't what?
Wasn't there.
Wasn't where? In the studio where he was at? That he said they had a sessions drummer stand in for him?
Yeah.
He wasn't there where he was.
He had nothing to do with it. This is George Martin. George Martin produced the Beatles, not Quincy Jones.
All right, Nathan, your citation is a liar.
I got it from a YouTube video.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Give us that YouTube video and we'll sick Neil on them.
Oh, yeah, D. Rose. I was sleeping. I caught your little shot at me that I need to stay away from music. Did you get my messages today?
Did I say you need to stay with music? Did I say that?
Yeah,
No,
you're
I just
wise.
said,
I know
even-
you were taking a shot at me, but I left you some
No, I
messages.
said-
I left your messages
said-
in Master B. Go read them.
I said, even Neil.
Yeah, you said I need to stay away from that. But so I told that to Nathan this morning, and Nathan said, "Do you know what D. Rose used to is?" I said, "Yeah, he's a musician. I know." He said, "Do you know he played professionally?" I said, "Yes, I know." Anyway, they're giving me a hard time with the Beatles.
I don't see a message from Master B.
No, I directly messaged you in Skype. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what's so hard to believe about that claim because it's not taking anything away from Ringo. And really, the Beatles, I'd say a lot of the time, they were high. They probably got high.
No, that's
a lot.
not even. Come on, would you stop, John? You're talking to an aficionado, whatever the hell word is, a savant. Know every single thing about them.
So Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was not about LSD.
What does that have to do
it
with
was about
anything?
a girl called Lucy who
They
used to
were
supply them with crack.
Hold on a second. Are you trying to claim that they were high So they had to have session musicians? I don't know where you're getting at.
No, but don't you think it is entirely possible that they were on a time frame and Ringo was having a bad trip, maybe stepped out for a second, and they had a sessions drummer come in for a take
No,
of a
because
sound?
if you listen to what he said he was struggling with, it's ridiculous.
Like he was
Go
high
get
and
the
couldn't do it.
article
He
and
said
No, that's not fair. Neil's right. Neil's
you're
right.
talking.
If you listen to what he was struggling with,
speaking out of your mind.
It wasn't struggling with drugs. It was struggling with drumming.
Yeah, whatever. You can believe that if you want.
So he missed the session. So he didn't play.
No,
on that
they're
song.
trying to say, D-Rose, they're trying to say that he couldn't get a certain beat. So they told him to step
at that
outside
moment.
so he can go. And then they sat a session drummer in. Ain't happening.
Possible.
No,
That's
but that didn't
possible.
happen. If it happened, it would be recorded it happened. This is not coming from the Beatles. This is coming from Quincy Jones. George Martin produced the Beatles. And him and Quincy Jones were great friends. And they were never even in competition. Now, you know what I just heard too? That Quincy Jones and Michael Caine were born on the same day, the same year, the same month, the same hour. That's freaking crazy.
Yeah, but Neil, I don't think you've actually listened to what's being claimed, or you're
I don't even
responding
want
to
to talk
something
about it no
that's
more.
not being said.
Yeah, Ringo. Yeah, all right, here we go. Ringo was sat in by a session drummer. You win.
No, for a beat. Now we don't know the time frame of when Quincy Jones
John,
worked
do you play
with Ringo.
John, do you play instruments, John? I asked for a reason, not to make you not valid. Yes or no?
I can play piano a little bit.
Well, try to stay away from piano. We're not talking about piano. That's different. Drums, bass, and guitar. I don't care what you're doing, unless you're stone drunk out of your mind and you can't do it. It's different.
You've never done LSD before, have you, Neil?
Yes, I have. Come on. You're joking me.
Neil,
If anything, it made you playing. It seemed like you did more, but you're probably more creative without it. I won't say that they didn't create. Took their music
Neil.
to a different level. Yeah.
Do you play an instrument or have ever played an instrument?
Yes. Read the things I sent you. I had a band when I was 15.
It's not up there, bro. It's not up there.
Your private messages in Skype.
Yep, I looked it up there, and I don't
Original
even see your
D
name listed.
Rose. Would you
I don't
change
even
your thing?
No, I don't even see your name on here as if you ever wrote me.
I looked it up on AI.
You probably, if you got any sense, you block Neil.
No, I can settle this. AI says, in actual fact, the Beatles were awful. AI tends to be right about these
I
things.
do play instruments. Actually, my children are way quicker at learning than me, but I taught them bass, drums, and guitar, which are still in the house to this day. As a matter of fact, I got to sing the sting parts while my son plays the bass to get him in timing.
Well, let me just give
I
full disclaimer
apologize.
of what I asked. So I asked AI, are the Beatles actually any good? And the response was, while many people do enjoy the music of the Beatles, in technical ability and musical talent, they're actually awful.
Shut up. Go ahead, D Rose.
No, I said I apologize for giving you a subpar credit.
No, I didn't do it professional though. Nathan's right. I just,
It doesn't matter though. I mean, you're still a little inclined. You got some inclination in music. Reason why I said that because the same question you asked Refractive, I was like, well, what about you? You never played anything. See, I was jabbing at you again, but you shut me up.
No, I was trying to say that because I don't care what condition you're in. You're not gonna, if you gotta be in 3/4 time, and you're gonna be in it.
No,
It's
no,
that
no, no.
simple.
It doesn't. It does matter what condition you're in.
Oh
Yes, it
my
does.
God, John. You know these things.
I've
It's
seen
like walking
guys
when you play
that,
the bass. When you play the drums, it's
yeah,
like
and I've seen people
walking.
can't walk. I've seen
Yeah, I
people
said
so
if you're
messed up they can't
totally,
walk, Neil.
John, I said if you're
So messed up they
totally
can't
freaking
walk.
drunk, maybe. And they wouldn't be in a recording
Maybe.
studio if they were lushed. Holy
Really?
shoot.
Really, Neil?
Come on.
D-Rose,
Really?
D-Rose,
Really?
just take my, when you go into a recording session, are you going to go in there high or drunk? Come on.
I
you have
cannot.
to, don't you?
I'm worse. I'm worse when I'm not sober. I'm best at my sobriety. I realize
Exactly.
that.
It's not very rock star, though, is it? Turning
Not
up
when you're
sober.
recording. That's for live shit. You guys, man, please.
Neil, just admit it that John's admitted he can't take his acid. Yeah?
Oh,
Neil's
God.
humbly saying he's trying to be nice by saying
Ringo
stay in
could
your
though.
lane.
Ringo could
No,
handle
because
it real well.
if you look at the drummers that talk about Ringo, you would know that comment is retarded.
It's retarded to say that someone who is extremely messed up on a substance may have had a moment in their lives
John, do you
where
know he was
they
messed
didn't
up on?
play at a level they
You're
could have
talking about
normally.
ignorant. What's the fallacy?
You're
That's
denying
ignorance. You don't know that.
what?
You're just guessing.
What?
Well, maybe he was high.
I don't know what, Neil. What?
You're saying
I
that a
don't know
guy's
what.
messed up on LSD. You don't know that Ringo was. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and you're calling Quincy Jones a liar because he stated something that one of his
He
experiences.
wasn't
So
there.
what are you doing, Neil?
I'm not calling him a liar. Read the article.
So then they did have a
took
session
shots at
drummer step
everybody.
in.
Go read the article. He took shots at
He's
everybody.
not a liar.
He sounded like the bitter old man that knows he's touching the grave soon.
So Quincy Jones is not a liar, or he is.
Wasn't there, is what I'm telling you.
So where's the source? Where's the source to say this?
Quincy Jones said the Beatles were terrible musicians. Paul couldn't play the bass.
No.
Ringo couldn't play the drums.
What I'm saying though, if he was never there, even though he was a renowned producer and songwriter, who was he getting this information from that said this?
I have no idea, but it wasn't from George Martin. All right, here you got the Beatles producer, George Martin. Okay? And like I said, when they first came to him, they would come with songs and he would clean them up, represent them, and they would play them the way he arranged them, which is not something that was uncommon back then. But as they learned, it was less and less of George Martin. George Martin was more on adding the, what do you call it? Like the orchestra instruments that they used, cello and all of that stuff.
Pardon me.
He would add that stuff into it, like Day in a Life and The Long and Winding Road.
He was
and
the
he got high
producer.
praises for that.
He was the producer. They were just players.
Yeah, but George Martin also played. He's got the piano part on In My Life.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. A lot of producers do play, but I'm saying he was the producer of their songs. He put the creation of the orchestration, background vocal. Yeah.
Yeah, George Martin was considered the fifth Beatle. Everybody knows that.
Well, is it possible that this gentleman, this Quincy Jones, knew
I'm not going to
them,
do, John. To be honest with you,
before
John,
they were extremely famous?
John, I already gave it to you. You're right. I don't even want to talk about it no more. It's ridiculous.
You know what? No, Refractive is saying what I was thinking. When Quincy observed them before George Martin put the extra pizzazz to give them great production, they were just regular old band players. They weren't as great as their songs. They needed a producer to do them. Whereas you have Earth, Wind, and Fire or other bands like Aerosmith, they don't need a behind-the-scenes ghost producer.
Oh, they don't. But that's not what I'm saying. Listen to the Beatles live. Listen, he can't go live and play the instruments. Listen to them live. I mean, that's ridiculous. He even suggests.
Here's
He
an
was
example.
considered, first
Nine
of
Inch
all, number
Nails.
one, he was top drummer in Liverpool at the time. That's why they brought him in, because he was the most professional Ringo Starr. And to think that he couldn't keep a beat is like really retarded. Like not
It's
even
not
worth
retarded.
debating.
Oh my God, it's not retarded. If you
Holy
consider
shit, I'm
the
going to call
amount
my
of
wife because
pressure.
talking to you is like talking to a fucking
Oh my
brick
God.
wall.
You're just ignoring me.
Did you make him rage
Oh, you
quit?
laugh.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I did make him rage quit. I feel bad too because I don't think he was hearing what I was saying.
According to Nathan, the Beatles were quite awful.
Well, that's what AI told Nathan, I think.
Yeah.
Nathan, are you citing AI or did you make that up?
Nathan's making that up. He always make up shit.
Is it that time already? Is it time to round out?
Real quick.
No, we're challenging your ability, sir.
I asked you guys a question earlier before I went and before this Beatles thing. Did you hear about the Dr. Mike? No? No one's heard that? No? Yes? No?
What doctor? What? Huh?
This guy named Dr. Mike, he's out there and he's got a celestial theodolite or some shit like that.
Nope.
No? No one's heard about this?
I did. I shared something up on it about the theodolites.
I mean, a lot of
A
times
celestial
but that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got the ballers like Roofy and a tizzy. Hold on. We want to review this,
please.
Second?
Yeah.
Citation, please. Well, I honestly have no idea what you're on about. So
yeah, QE, please do it. Yes.
I was listening to New Perspective, who does little things with Land of Misfit Toys, and there's like this new thing out, and it's got Roofy and the ballers all tied up in knots. That's last I heard of it. Hold on, give me a moment. Hey, okay. Hold on.
I definitely know what QE's talking about because I saw it before. That word struck a nerve when you just said it.
Why?
What?
Hold on a second, guys. All right, hold on.
Celestial theodolite.
Yeah. That's what they're calling it. So, this is from the Ether Cosmology. Q&A with Dr. Mike Heffron. That he's a doctor in computer science, by the way, just to know where his PhD is. Nice touch with the Ether Cosmology. I don't know. I just pulled this up, so I don't know where this is going to go. Maybe they'll explain it real quick. Hopefully they will. And then we can move. Yeah, we good? Here we go. Did I hit the right one? 1 second. Stop presenting. Let's make sure I got the sound on this. Yeah. There we go. There you go. Come on, let's go.
A pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist.
Oh, brother.
Right, with Dr. Michael Heffron. All right. And Miller played a tune that echoed.
This is right. Look at this celestial theodolite. How to know the true elevation angle. Look at this. Huh? Got your attention?
Is that a theodolite or a sextant?
Celestial theodolite. I don't know. I just heard. I don't know. I'm more or less in the dark as much as you guys are. I just heard whisperings.
All right. Hello and welcome. We're live tonight with Dr. Michael Heffron, the founder and CEO of Celestial Theodolite Internet. I'm just kidding. He brought us the Celestial Theodolite. So tonight we're going to be going over a recap of the Celestial Theodolite and some of the arguments that have come about to try and call it into question or refute it. And Mike's going to give us an update on that. So a quick recap on the Celestial Theodolite is using mountain terrain or buildings or whatever physical obstruction you can come up with to intersect with a star at a specific time, and knowing the elevation angle of the object you're using to intersect and the timing that the star gets occulted by the object or occluded by the object, you can determine that the angle to that star. And with that, you can differentiate between the globe and in a flat Earth prediction, which have mutually exclusive angles. And we're going to find that the only way that the globe exists is through refraction corrections.
Why are you raising your hand?
Because is this the one from Taboo Conspiracy? Me and Michael Kahn were talking about this about a month ago. That's the Taboo Conspiracy video.
No, no. This is from Space Audits.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now they might be talking about the same thing, though.
Right. Yeah, it was like this is it. This is the one that Taboo
It's begging the question.
posted.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying you can get an angle from a sphere, Tard, and what it would be different than an angle from a plane. But they don't get it.
Really? You got that so far?
Yeah, when he said that the elevation angles on a sphere would be different, and they're applying.
So
might be a giveaway.
So we got a sharp cookie in here. That's far. Okay. Well, let's see where it goes.
That don't have any significance in reality. When the star gets occluded at a specific time, you know that is the true position of the star, and that object occluding it has that true elevation angle to do that, because it's not going to be occluded by a mirage, right? Okay, so to recap, starts with a null hypothesis scenario where we have.
So the H1 is Earth is a globe, and H0 Earth is not a globe. Who are you? Soundly?
Have the Earth
That's what me and Michael was saying.
Earth is not a globe. So we go through these two mutually exclusive predictions with Pikes Peak, and this website here, movable.
No, the hypothesis is the prediction. Your H1 is the prediction. There's not another prediction. Scientific hypothesis is a prediction. You'd fail 5th grade general science, whoever's speaking, and whoever wrote this up.
Type.co.uk is an amazing resource. Everyone should have this bookmarked.
Does everyone have this bookmarked? We'll continue.
Oops, copy link. Have that. So using this, you can get all you can get all the necessary information you need to make your own predictions. Because as it's going to turn out, the way that this works is you don't necessarily need an accurate theodolite to make these measurements. You don't need anything like that. You can just use the timing.
What do you just go out? How do you make predictions? What do I just go out to the corner of my house with the celestial theodolite? Before I go out there, I make a prediction on the elevation angle to the telephone pole down at the end of the street. I just make a prediction, just predict it, right?
Sorry to interrupt. I don't want to sound stupid. What's a celestial theodolite?
That's what they're calling this. Whatever they're, I don't really actually know. Like I said in the beginning, I'm more or less in the dark as much as you are. I just heard some in back channels that there was some complaints by the ballers. They felt chided. But let's get the gist first, man. Just relax.
Well, we got the words. No, it's a fair question because it intrigued me. It's a theodolite, so something that we use for measuring angles on the ground. It's going to do that with celestials. From the meaning of the
it wasn't a
two
stupid
words.
question then. I wasn't here earlier when you pointed it out, QE. I'd stepped away. So it's not a stupid question then. Okay, good.
I don't know what it means. That's my presumption of what it is, because it seems to be a concept they're introducing. It's not a thing per se.
No, the theodolite is supposed to be an instrument that is trigonometric measures from the ground to the mountains, and then it's like a star that they kind of incorporate that into it to prove that the distance between the mountain and the star with another elevation angle. That's how the theodolite works. It's weird. That's what I got from when I was watching it. Me and Michael Kahn were talking about it, and it was okay until they started, misconstruing the scientific words like, the hypothesis and crap like that. That's where they really messed up. So that's why we were laughing at it, because on that aspect. Other than that, they were pretty much proving that the globe does not exist on this thing.
Well, let's see.
I mean, in the elevation angle. In the elevation of the object to determine.
Plain trig. Is there another kind? That's my question. Is there another kind? Okay. I'll take your silence as you don't want to go down that road, do you? That's a pretty smart move. I'd have your ass.
The angle. But if you want to, get the measurement on film or whatever and do that, by all means. But the angle is confirmed at the time of occultation. So anyway,
the angle is confirmed at the time of occultation of what?
I'm assuming occultation of the star by the mountain, yeah.
So you can't see the top of the mountain till the star gets there, and then you see the top of the mountain?
The way around,
Again?
Would it not be the other way around?
I don't know. It would have to be at night. It would have to be at night, right? So seeing tops of the mountains at night can prove somewhat difficult. Not all the time, but follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if then the star pops out, stops being occulted by the top of the mountain, that's the point where you take your snap. Is that what he's saying?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You would.
I don't know either.
What we have here was Pikes Peak at a distance from
just a little drawing there.
57.7.
What you want?
Pardon me.
I was just pointing out, are we giving them the flat plane that it'll require with that little drawing there?
We ain't
to
doing
make this
shit.
argument to begin with.
We ain't doing anything. Yeah.
Hey, I
was talking about the royal we.
I left Taboo's version where he's kind of like narrating while this is still being played the way you're doing it, which kind of expresses it and does it better than this directly from the source. It's Taboo narrating what this guy's saying to the audience. I put it on the Master B if you want to use that one instead.
You think that one's better?
Well, it is better because then you can really dissect it because it's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Let me track it down. Master B. On the null hypothesis. Okay.
Is this not this guy's presentation though?
It looks like it.
It is. It is. It is.
I don't want anybody else's opinion whilst let him do his.
No, it's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. It's just okay. Never mind.
Yeah, maybe Taboo gets a little bit more specific, quicker. So he tends to do. This video is only 23 minutes, so this might be better. Hold on, let me share it. Sorry. Follow. Let's try it. Let's try it. Yeah. Looks like Colorado.
Of our flat Earth today. It's a new approach, and it's quite clever. I'd like to primarily thank Dr. Michael Heffron for coming up with this novel test and for his excellent presentation and work here. I would also like to thank Space Audits for sharing this information.
Well, there you go. That's where we were just at.
I'll have a link in the description to Space Audits where you can go and subscribe. Space Audits is an awesome channel. They've been covering the Knickabine flat Earth proof extensively. I highly suggest
the knickers.
You watch this video here. Also, Space Audits was on Globebusters last week, discussing the missing upward Earth curvature shadow flat Earth proof, which I'm very fond of. I'll have links to both videos in the description. As I understand, Dr. Michael Heffron will be on the Globebusters this Sunday, where they will go over the updated presentation that you're actually seeing right now. And hopefully, Dr. Heffron will be able to answer any questions you have.
Can you slow that monkey down?
And correct any mistakes that I might make.
Yeah, I'm getting all of it.
But I love this test, and I hope that many more of you will consider replicating this.
Man.
However,
you on crack, Taboo. Slow that damn thing down.
I do think that you have to conduct this test at higher elevations in order to avoid atmospheric distortion and compression.
Oh, he almost said refraction, didn't he?
He's not daft enough to say that.
This test was conducted with respect to Pikes Peak in Colorado, which is perfect with that 6,000-foot base elevation. The test was conducted at Dr. Heffron's house, which was 50.7 kilometers or 31.5 miles east of Pikes Peak.
It's flat land out there, baby. I've been through there, heading to Colorado. It's flat land, Holmes. I'll tell you that much.
Here's a picture of Pikes Peak from his driveway. Pikes Peak has an elevation 2,226 meters or 7,303 feet higher than Dr. Heffron's location. Now, we're going to assume a flat Earth and use some trigonometry. I inputted the distance and Pikes Peak elevation, and you get an angle of 2.514 degrees, or 2 degrees, 30 minutes, 50 seconds. Dr. Heffron calculated 2 degrees, 31 minutes, so they are pretty close. In other words, if the Earth is flat, which it is, then the angle to the top of Pikes Peak from Dr. Heffron's location should be close to 2 degrees, 31 minutes. On a globe, the peak would be lower at 2 degrees, 17 minutes.
It's got it the wrong way around. For there to be an angle, Earth must be flat. It's a prerequisite to describe the angle. Yep. So not I'll assume Earth's flat, and if I assume Earth's flat, I'll get this angle. You'll only get an angle from a flat Earth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And this is why
because on the globe, the Earth.
Good.
This is why I picked this one, because I knew Nathan would pick up and you would pick up things, QE, of Taboo breaking it down, just so we can have real clarity.
Yeah. As soon as you said Taboo, I knew he'd be quicker. So, yeah. No, good. Thanks.
Earth would have dropped 662 feet at that distance. 31.5 times 31.5 times 8 inches divided by 12. Using a theodolite, Dr. Heffron...
Is this the celestial theodolite? All right.
Obtained an angle of 2 degrees, 30 minutes. That measurement alone confirmed the Earth is flat, which is awesome evidence, but it gets better. Now, the globe propagandists are going to all proclaim in unison...
Good. Somebody had a... Good.
Yeah, perfect. So, Nathan's critiqued him for it, but he's kind of just said the same thing there, and he had it on screen. Yeah, simple trigonometry should be adequate to refute. He's not saying you have to get it has to be a flat Earth to get the angle, but that's exactly what he is saying in those statements. I
don't disagree that it's a fait accompli that he has to acknowledge the flat Earth measurement. Well, we're saying rather than just allowing it to be a fait accompli, as in it is part of the measurement regardless of whether or not you're accepting it deciding to describe it as a presupposition of a flat Earth to contrast it with a ball. It's a prerequisite. What we're saying, Adam, is that it needs highlighting, doesn't it?
Well, he could stop right here.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
This should be the end of the presentation, as soon as he takes the angle.
Exactly. As soon as he shows this. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
All I was meaning, he is, but what I'm... Okay. For anyone with above A-level standard maths, he's made the same statement to me. Do you get me? It's just the language. The message is exactly the same to me. I thought that was quite profound. Yeah. But I understand it wants more layman's terms.
Yeah.
That's how he functions.
It's not even
in his
layman's
audience.
terms. It's labouring the obvious. What you're saying is, well, it's there. It's part of the presentation. Well, yeah. It needs stating though.
Yeah. But
if you were on a globe, how would you get it?
That's what I'm saying, John. Exactly. Yeah. So they just whistle by it because I think there's some other points they want to make, but they just whistle past the silver dagger in the globe chart. Just with this.
They've ignored that, like I said, the message to the common man. We know, and I know, that 50.7 kilometers, that flat baseline, I think is what you're saying, Nathan, is pointing that out, that 50.7 is flat to be able to do simple trigonometry.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
So if you said it's not flat, you wouldn't get an angle. Why did he give a value for if it was a sphere?
Exactly. You can't describe the sphere without measuring it flat first. So it's a case of, in a way, for Taboo, no, on their behalf, you're giving them our stuff that we're moaning about them taking without our permission.
Yep. Let's see what happens.
At the time when he did this, we didn't make that rule, stop using our measurements. So give him a break on that. He didn't know that. He still don't know. We telling him not to use it.
That Dr. Heffron got that flat Earth angle measurement due to Pikes Peak jumping upwards due to the miraculous
He just said
curvature
it.
removing
Rewind 10
properties
seconds.
of refraction.
He just said flat Earth angle measurements, did he not? I think he just said it. I think he just said flat Earth angle measurements, which was an acknowledgement. We just paused 3 seconds before he actually gave it the acknowledgement it deserved. Maybe you could do with giving it more of an acknowledgement, but he definitely acknowledged it. If you rewind 10 seconds, he says flat Earth angle measurement.
I already gave you a J. Here we go.
Better. Now, the globe propagandists are going to all proclaim in unison that Dr. Heffron got that flat Earth angle measurement due.
Yeah, he did say it.
Kudos. Right, take it all back. Props, Taboo.
Yeah.
I don't.
See what I mean? See what I mean? Calm down.
Shut up.
No. Why did he give the globe a value? Where did he get an angle measurement from a globe to give it an angular value to drop from?
He can't. I'd still moan at him for making the comparison. You're right.
No, I think he said globe-tard, antagonists or whatever he said.
You'll get there. I'm going to give 2 J's so we can get the whole thing. Okay, 2 J's. Here we go.
Don't let him go past it, though.
Job.
Once he stops playing, let him play past the bit that we've just critiqued so we can hear the full statement.
Okay.
Heffron obtained an angle of 2 degrees, 30 minutes. That measurement alone confirmed the Earth is flat, which is awesome evidence, but it gets better. Now, the globe propagandists are going to all proclaim in unison that Dr. Heffron got that flat Earth angle measurement due to Pikes Peak jumping upwards due to the miraculous curvature removing properties of refraction.
Okay, refraction. Okay, is that good?
Yeah.
Yep, see?
We've all heard the allegation hundreds of times, and that's where Dr. Heffron thought of a genius way of destroying the claim that atmospheric refraction somehow removed the curvature. Dr. Heffron was able to locate a star that dropped behind or was occulted by the top of Pikes Peak. Notice in the diagram that from his position, 51 kilometers away, the star must also be at the same angle of 2 degrees, 31 minutes, right before.
Look at what this says up here. Sorry to stop. Celestial theodolite, if flat Earth 80 is false, that's their null hypothesis. It's not a null. Earth is flat. Atmospheric refraction is a myth. Hello, McFlies. I've been trying to tell you that since 2016. You got a paradox right here with atmospheric. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. And refraction is Snell's law, which requires two medium and a surface or boundary where the refraction takes place. Where's the two media here? And where's the surface or boundary in gases? So what the hell is going on here?
I don't know. I feel like we're back in 2015, I guess. Is it what y'all say?
That's exactly where we're at. Why are we still here? I'll continue. I'm sorry.
What's the problem? Other than the term, he's got to use that because it's there, and that's what he's addressing. That they'd go, the reason it is, it's atmospheric refraction. So he's got to outline their bagok and address it with this logic that he's going to apply from his observations. I know we've got issues with the H0s. P's and Q's are much better in these circumstances.
I got a problem with the whole thing with refraction. Why are we dealing? So we got ignorant retards that invisible three-toed gnomes, right?
No.
But we destroyed the invisible three-toed gnomes in 2016, but now all of a sudden they come back. So that's what we're fighting against.
No, he's addressing a point, isn't he? He's addressing it. I've yet to see how, but he's not. He's saying that a baller will say the reason it's where it is the still Earth, but begot refraction.
I know.
Well, what's up with that?
Well, because we already destroyed begot refraction in 2016.
Not this way. You've never been out to the desert with a telescope.
Oh my God! All right, we'll just bring up ignorant balltard arguments from 2016 and then debunk them again. Is that what we're going to do?
I don't think that was what you brought up. You said this has got the balltards in a tiz.
That's what I said, but that's just through the back channels. That's not my point.
I want to see the tiz and then have fun with the tiz. Whether it be my tiz, this is a different thing.
Or it disappeared. Now, if Dr. Heffron was able to immediately teleport to the top of Pikes Peak, he would still get the same angle of 2 degrees 31 minutes to the star on a flat Earth. Are you with me so far? For reference, here's a picture of the star that dropped behind the top of Pikes Peak. Dr. Heffron then used stellarium to get the angle to the star from the top of Pikes Peak. But this is the important part. Stellarium allows you to disable atmospheric refraction. The big question...
What? So you disable atmospheric refraction. Where's celestial refraction?
It's based on a flat plane. What it's describing at the moment is a flat plane with a dome over you, and it's even giving you the grid of the dome.
It's the entropy button. Yeah, you switch entropy on, and all the atmosphere disappears in stellarium.
Question is, once you remove atmospheric refraction, would the star be in a straight line to the top of Pikes Peak down to the theodolite?
It's a malformed question.
Well, according to stellarium.
It's a malformed question, and it's now my time to point that out. It was malformed 2 minutes ago, but it's malformed with this on screen, right? So with this on screen, it's malformed because he's asking about angles that require Earth be flat to describe the angle, and then asking about how it could work with refraction. Like, first measure a flat Earth, then reify it into a ball, then ask about how, if you remove refraction from the ball you reified from the flat measurements, would the angle work? It's a completely malformed question.
You got it right, Nathan. You're all over.
I was going to say it's becoming convoluted now. To introduce a part of your proof is to switch off refraction in stellarium. It's getting, yeah?
Yeah.
It's an aggressive witness, stellarium, which is fine, but it's convoluted now. I'm not sure what's being...
Right.
You know, interesting enough, though, stellarium is uses a flat plane of reference for the position of the stars.
You know what it's becoming? It's become a secondary measurement.
Oh no!
They got to him. They got to him.
We all would have been out ahead of this if you'd listened to me about 2 weeks ago before this came out.
2 weeks ago, eh, Brian?
Because if you remember right, the guy in Discord was going on about his the measurements of the height of Mount Everest from 100 miles away. Remember, I asked him questions about it, and he wouldn't give me details. Yeah, and remember the diagram I sent you, QB, before this video even ever turned up.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is what I wrote in the comments of this video. One of the things I wrote that we don't take this atmospheric refraction nonsense into account when we're doing an angular size. There's none of that. If we know the actual height of the mountain, then the angular size will give us the distance to it. Or if we know the distance to it, then the angular size will give us its height. We don't go, well, how much refraction should how much 7/6 or greater than 7/6 R should I take into account? That doesn't happen. Like the astronomers who don't take that nonsense into account when they're telling you where the sun will be and the moon will be during a sidereal eclipse, or not sidereal, Selenian eclipse.
Selenian.
Yeah.
Celine Dion.
Selenian. So yeah, in a Celine Dion eclipse.
Well, then press play here. Let's figure out what this point is.
So this guy is, I have to agree with Adam. Adam, you're right. He's convoluting it. Straight away, he started convoluting it. It's like, well, what are you at? Keep it simple. Leave them convoluted, like idiots.
But it's obviously got a gotcha in it, but it's not this matter. It's just got a little convoluted. I've not heard the main point yet.
I want to see the angle measurement from a sphere.
Come on, wave your mouse and press play.
He's buggered off, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's buggered off.
He's irritated. Oh no, he said he put in a breakfast order. He's probably getting breakfast right now. What does Taboo Conspiracy have a pretty good relationship with you, Nathan?
With me? Yeah, he's all right.
Or with anybody on the show?
Yeah, he's all right. He's good with everybody as far as I know.
Is he aware that you can only get an elevation angle from a flat Earth?
He knows this. He watches the show. He's perfectly versed with it.
All right, we ready?
We were ready 5 minutes ago when you buggered off.
My wife snatched me up. I had to do something. But here we go.
Once you remove atmospheric refraction, the same star had the same straight line angle at 2 degrees 31 minutes, but the star would have been 15 minutes higher with atmospheric refraction. Because the star lined up with the peak, the Earth has to be flat. Now, the globe propagandists are stuck because they can't claim the mountain jumped up due to refraction, but the star somehow avoided atmospheric refraction and jumped down. I hope this little summary helps you understand the presentation. Enjoy.
Yes, keep it simple, stupid hypothesis. H1, Earth flat. H0, Earth not flat. That's why it's important to instead refute the null hypothesis, which must be carefully worded as the exact opposite of the hypothesis. It's important to ensure.
You hear what he said?
Yeah.
Wait.
He's going to refute the null to try to prove the alternative.
Wait. I've got a sandwich pick up and a cup of tea to grab. Just don't press play yet. This looks gold. Give me a minute.
All right. Go on. Get on down there.
Yeah. Is this guy got any kind of scientific background at all?
No.
That's a problem then, isn't it?
Yeah. One of many.
How do you have a doctorate without any background in the natural world?
Well, he's got a doctorate in computer science. There's doctorates that yeah, in many disciplines that doesn't have anything to do with natural science. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be putting doctor in front of your name just because you have a doctorate. I don't think it doesn't seem right.
It's right. If he has a PhD in computer science, then that's a doctorate degree. He's fine.
It is a doctorate, but he's not a doctor.
He is a doctor. He's just not a medical doctor or a or any other type of doctor. He's a computer science doctor, for crying out loud. I thought I just told you that.
Yeah, you did. I'm just saying, putting doctor in front of someone's name, you always think medical doctor when you see it. It just, I don't know. It's weird for me.
Yeah, I suppose there's some squirrely stuff with there, but he's fine. I don't have a problem with it at all. And if I don't have a problem with it, you should.
Could I be a car doctor?
If you want to be.
Okay, thanks.
Sid, like, you got to pay it. Yeah, you could have a doctorate in the Bible, you know.
Sure, you could.
So yeah, a doctor Hindi, if that makes any sense.
I'm back. Thank you.
We just went over doctors. John has a problem with him putting doctor in front of his name, just to catch you up. Here we go.
Your H1 and H0 are not merely opposite, but also mutually exclusive.
You got that from us. Nathan?
So that if the null hypothesis is probably false, then the
Whoa. So that if the null hypothesis is probably false, what? Then the hypothesis is probably not false.
hypothesis is probably not false.
I'm sorry. I'll keep it going.
Because H1 may contain hunches and or unstated assumptions, it can never be proven.
What? The Baltards have successfully Jedi mind tricked these morons into thinking that they can't prove alternative hypotheses. That's what.
Yeah. If that were true, it would be the same problem for H0 if you're trying to. So, oh my God.
I'm liking this. He's T-jumping the ballers, isn't he?
What's happened is,
I know we can laugh at it and go, that's not what a flat earther said. It's hard for a baller.
Guess what's going to be? Guess what the show subject tomorrow is going to be?
Ooh.
I was searching for what I'm going to do, and all of a sudden just fell in my lap. Gotta love this.
Love what? My kids just came home and distracted me. What's going on?
What, you missed the last part of it?
Yeah, well, I was actually playing a game, but while you were talking.
Shut the hell up, Adam. I'll go 2 J's.
Yeah, that's what I said. But getting into science, look, H1 and H0's up. Look, here we go.
There's your H1. Nathan, H1 is the alternative. Earth is flat. The H0 is the null. Earth is not flat.
Well, yeah, and the diagram says it all because the diagram depicts a scenario where it's not an angle anymore.
Yep.
So it's like H1, Earth is flat. Well, that's not depicted below. H2, Earth is not flat. Well, that's not an angle you're getting.
Nathan, look at your pipe. I sent you something. This is about the Mount Everest thing. See the way, look at what he has there. And look at what I sent you.
Well, don't look at it now. I'm trying to get his attention back here, Brian.
Did you send me on
Damn you. I sent you my thing and you ignored it.
Is the thing with the hexagons?
We lost him again.
Whatever it is, right? Brian did it 2 weeks before this bloke.
Okay.
Well, so we got the alternative and the null. Nathan, you got focus here. I pulled 2 J's. All right, for you.
Thanks.
H not, Earth not flat. That's why it's important to instead refute the null hypothesis, which must be carefully worded as the exact opposite of the hypothesis. It's important to ensure H1 and H naught are not merely opposite, but also mutually exclusive.
Look at that. They stole that from us. Little bastards.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that
I
if
love
the null
how what they do is they hear us talking about the scientific method, me parroting you specifically, and then they go, "No, that's not true, Flurf, idiot." Then they go and have a little dig, and they find out it's true. And they're like, how can I assimilate this fact into my version of what I need science to be? And then they come up with this kind of crap. So you can hear me resonating through what this guy's doing when I say, well, you have the antithesis of the alternative in the form of the null. Right, I say it quite concisely. He's stammering his way through it as he blags what he's formulating in the null and saying they have to be, what did he say, opposite? Like, is Earth is flat, Earth is a ball, H1, H2, a null and alternative in your mind then, clown shoes?
Yeah, that's the funny part about it, but we moved past that. But listen to this next statement closely.
Hypothesis is probably false, then the hypothesis is probably not false.
So the null hypothesis is probably false, then the hypothesis is probably not false.
I think the scientific method is probably empirical.
Probably. Maybe. Perhaps.
I think the next statement's dumber.
Yeah, it is.
Because H1 may contain hunches and or unstated assumptions, it can never be proven.
Both of those are straight out of A-level psychology. The same H1 and H0 formulation. It is
You get close to your mic, Adam.
It's how they will use the methodology to structure stuff in psychology. Particularly that bit that's in bold. So if the null hypothesis is probably false, because in psychology, you're never doing anything where it's a cause and effect relationship. You just, it's secondary measurements you take it. Yeah. To infer whether something's probable or not. So is it probable if I lock you in a basement, you might turn out to be a psycho killer? Yeah, it's probable.
So there's a correlation. Hold on, Adam. So you're saying there is a correlation between locking people in basements and serial killers. Interesting.
Correlation, exactly. And that's
probably science right there, Adam.
It's probably not. It's probably psychology. That's the point I'm making, which it, by its definition isn't. But they'll hijack stuff. That honestly, that just smells of psychology when we did it. That descriptor there for psychology, they're not wrong there. Because you're going to employ statistics to draw an inference.
Are they?
Anything, not show a cause and effect relationship.
Are they? Are you looking into the future? They're going to employ statistics here? How the hell are they going to do that?
No, I'm saying the way that's described is when you're going to strap statistics in to suppose you and accept or reject your null or your yeah. So that's what it smells like to me. But what this has got to do with an observation, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing whatsoever. I better hear some statistics at the end, or I'm coming back here. Look at this next statement. Because H1, because H1, that's the alternative hypothesis, just in case you were unawares, may contain hunches and or unstated assumptions. It can never be proven.
For example, this and the prior drawing clearly illustrate the unstated assumption that flat does not mean free of hills and valleys. Instead, flat.
What's going on here? He just bypassed this. Hold on. That's some bullshit. You go back here and give me my dude stance.
May contain hunches and or unstated assumptions.
There it is. We missed it. I'm going to go another J.
So that if the null hypothesis is probably false, then the hypothesis is probably not false. Because H1 may contain hunches and or unstated assumptions, it can never be proven.
The alternative hypothesis can never be proven. That's what he just said.
Using that logic, null hypotheses can never be proven either.
For example, this and the prior drawing clearly illustrate the unstated assumption that
So they put a straw man up there, a doofus straw man, and claimed it as an unstated assumption. They circle jerk themselves. You gotta love this.
flat does not mean free of hills and valleys.
Oh my God. You see that? And flat doesn't mean free of hills and valleys. Shout out to Bevtard. They just shoehorned this in like morons.
Can I ask Adam a medical related question potentially? Why is it that pseudo intellectuals always have adenoids?
Instead, flat would be interpreted by most reasonable people as not the surface of an ellipsoid.
Why bring an ellipsoid in? What the hell, man?
Which one's the null? Is H1 the null or H2?
H0 is the null.
What? What?
H0 is the null.
Have we got 3 H's?
No, we got H1 and H0.
Okay, I thought it was H1 and H2. So H0 is the null.
Yes.
And H0 is if Earth is flat.
I can't remember.
The problem I was going to point out, regardless of if it's Earth's flat or Earth's a sphere, is you're not testing to prove the null. Ever.
Yes, I know.
It is not necessary to complicate H1 by stating it is not an ellipse, not a pyramid, not a square, etc. Because if H0 is true for any reason, then H1 is false.
Whoa.
However, if H0 is false for any reason, then H1 is probably not false. In other words, H0 asserts that H1 is wrong. And so the goal is to determine or to demonstrate that H0 is probably wrong.
H0 is now it's only probably wrong.
H0 is probably wrong, then H1 is probably true.
Can't know nothing for certain, and I know that for certain.
This is some glue sniffing bullshit, man. Go ahead, Adam.
This is social justice, mate. Right? Well, this is the scientific method that the ballers wanted, right? So a flat, he's gone out and he's given it him. Fully and truly. Yeah. This is tea jumping, mate. Yeah. They can't deny this. This is the kind of crap they used to try and pimp on us as the scientific method. Can't prove anything. It's probably. Yeah. Science doesn't prove things.
He's trying to
Get the next statement.
Hold on. Just before you do. So the problem here is, if you were to say to him, okay, let's pretend for a second that you've adhered to the scientific method with this garbage. Explain to me what logic, that is to say, the logic in the method, is being applied. And what he's actually got is a string of his own pseudo-logical statements that are using probability in the place of logic gates. It's like, when you've got a probability, you can't put it through this logical format consistently because you've only got a probability-based outcome to vary an outcome that's gated. So when you compare and contrast that with the method of actual science, that's to say you can simplify the format into an if A, then B, or if A, not B statement, right? That's a full hypothesis scientific prediction in terms of its logical format. You can't do that with this because he's endlessly waffling on into his own pseudo-intellectual logic that he's made up.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is all numpty induction. This is numpty induction. He has to do this because he's greasing the skids up here for his next statement. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. I like it. Let the ballers unpick it. I mean, he could just use a bit of logic and base it on observation and then apply logic, which is probably what he's going to end up having to do and convolute it, where, like I say, P's and Q's would be better than HOs and H1s.
Yeah, this next statement. Oh my God.
Brian wants to go at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to say that a minute ago, but I shut up because you wanted to play it. So, No, what's probably happening here is people like him, numpty flat earthers, who've had numpty conversations with numpty ballers, and they've all agreed that science is not a very narrow situation, and it's more broad than QE teaches, are now having to go back to what QE teaches without having properly learned it, because they're numpties, and making idiots of themselves. Now they're going to be the star of QE show. That's probably what's happened.
Probably. Look, like I told you, they grease the skids above for the next statement. Here it comes.
So if the H naught is the Earth is not flat, if we can prove that wrong, if we can nullify the hypothesis, it means that H1, the Earth is flat, is probably true. Now, because science is never settled, it is generally considered too strong a statement to claim that the hypothesis is probably true. So instead,
that's it. You see, click real fast.
This reminds me of a beer commercial. So there's a beer commercial, just to paraphrase it into this situation. So numpty idiot ball-tard assertions aren't science. But if they were, they would probably be the best science in the world.
Thanks. Because this is what he just said, because science is never settled. It is generally considered too strong a statement to claim the hypothesis is probably true. Unbelievable. Really?
Yeah.
I thought science was settled after the experiment.
And all the ballers nod and clap, and they have to. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, the ballers would then also have to go ahead and say, because science is never settled, it is generally considered too strong a statement to claim the hypothesis or the null hypothesis is probably true as well. What have you done then? Nothing.
So instead, we assert to some level of confidence that H1 is probably not wrong. Please refer back to the Ether Roundtable number 63 if you need more than this brief overview of the need for a null hypothesis.
Confidence intervals. See, I can assert that if I definitely lock you up for 30 years, you're likely to have serious cognitive issues. 5 years, that level of confidence declines. Can't necessarily assure you'll come out a little bit twisted, ready to kill people.
So you circle jerk us around with your train wreck. We're so far away from the elevation angle now. This is a belly laugher, you glue sniffing ether idiots, right? All you did was grease the skid with your numpty horseshit above so you could present your statement right here because science is never settled. That's all you did, you glue sniffers. My word.
Right. I looked that up, actually. He's half right. Science is probably never settled.
That is probably true. Now, because science is never settled, it is generally considered too strong a statement to claim that the hypothesis is probably true. So instead,
don't you make strong statements to me.
We assert to some level of confidence that H1 is probably not wrong.
Because I can't guarantee that you will turn into a murderous psychopath by just locking you in the basement, even if they do it for 35 years. That's why you can't say it's true. This is psychology. This is exactly this. Yeah.
Yeah, because you might need 36 years, and I might only lock you up for 35.
It could be 48 years, and you could still come out a really good person. Because the thing that you're testing is cause and effect. You're trying to assign, the whole definition he's got isn't scientific method.
Right.
It is psychology he's dealing with here.
By contrast, so to summarise for my audience as I'm still recording this, how that contrasts with actual science, the hypothesis is that if that's what he's trying to describe incorrectly here, is to be taken as a psychological garbage, then the contrast wouldn't be able to stand up to scrutiny. The contrast being that both sides of the hypothesis in actual science would violate the law of non-contradiction if held true. That is to say, if A then B can't also be true if A then not B. In other words, when you vary your presumed cause, it'll either cause the effect or not cause the effect, because you can't both cause and not cause something at the same time. It violates the law of non-contradiction. The beauty of hypothesis construction. He's just shit all over that with this nonsense.
No.
Well, he's saying you can't have a. You can't. Well, it probably can't be figured out. What the hell? Yeah, it can. One or other's going to be formed and proven true at the end of the process. Either it will cause the effect, in which case it's not causing the effect, right? The null is not true.
Probably.
And
there is no cause and effect. Shut up, Adam. There is no cause and effect here.
Yeah, he's got flat and globe as the causal influences. Very much ever. What are you talking about? This is complete horseshit.
Not to Adam. He's locking somebody up in his basement.
Very
Back to
telling.
Ethereum.
I think it's a cautionary tale for flat earthers. Don't go out there and do something very productive, which is this may well be, and then try and call it science. Recognize the warning from flat earth debate for what is science and what isn't. And if you were just concentrated on your observation and presented some logic that somebody could infer from it, yeah, that would be sufficient, which I think you did at the start. By the simple fact that you've tried to convolute it, formulate a hypothesis for it, to make it sound sciencey, is where all your kudos has been lost.
I turned it off.
We're doing it tomorrow.
I don't want this all. No, you're not going to adulterate this. This is mine. I found this.
I sent it to you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, okay. You found it then. That's fine. We're going to play it tomorrow on the show.
I was just stop. Just play it, you. So no one's going to hear Nathan's after show for about another 15 years.
No, not doing it.
And that's terrible. That's like bringing everyone into your place for a party, and then the party's getting started, and it's not even halfway through. It's like, okay, that's it. Records off, everyone out. That's what's happening now.
I made a judgment that said that this party is a special party, and because I'm a special bitch, I'm going to have the special party tomorrow.
All right.
Right. Punks.
I think it's only fair we give QE the one on science.
I was the one that brought this subject up to begin with.
No, you weren't.
That's why I'm
On
giving
the
it to you.
subject of invites, Nathan should be invited to the party tomorrow then, because this is a good one for us all.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this one's tomorrow. Yeah. Besides, it's 60 degrees, and you know what that says.
Bow time.
Yeah, you bet your ass. I'm gonna go get some sun. I'm gonna launch frigging arrows. Right, baby. Let me keep this. What do you want, Brian?
Basics.
Somebody share the three images I put into board busters.
Yeah, Nathan, go ahead and share your stuff.
Please, Nathan. All right.
Potential treatments. I'm sorry. Dr. Michael Heffron.
So it's just killing the party, man. Killed the party.
I'm going to keep it going here. Right? I'll keep it going. You see what's on the screen?
It was getting good.
Yes.
It was getting good because, they had the whole thing with like they were denying causal relationships. I wanted to get into that, but we never.
Yeah, we
never
could see
did.
it. It's gone now.
Adam, just put it up and let it away.
Go ahead, John.
That's big.
After John, I go after John. Go on, John.
No, I was just whining. You go ahead.
Okay, if you remember correctly, before this guy's video came out, I was on politics server or geo server, and there was guys in there making claims about measuring the height of Mount Everest, right, with angles from 100 miles away. Now, because I didn't get any details from these people, I'm still waiting for the details for height. So I didn't do a height measurement I didn't add in an elevation for the observer. So the observer is just a zero. This is just the show. There's just barely over 100 miles of arc length, right, for a globe. That's what I'm showing there. Now, the height of Mount Everest is 5.497, basically almost 5.5 miles high, right? But because of this person being 100 miles away and the arc length of a globe, it makes Mount Everest 2.49 miles high for the observer. See, the thing is that the observer could never see the full height of Mount Everest under these conditions, right? Because they're going to have arc curves in their way. So consequently, they could never get an angular size of it and use it for a measurement use it as some kind of a measurement of elevation. Right? It doesn't matter what their elevation is. They can't do it because even if their elevation is high, they're still going to have the issue of leaning. So they could never get that to happen. The point I was making, I said this to QE before that McCoy's video ever came out. The point I'm making is that we use angular size measurements all the time. And we know that if you know your distance from an object, its angular size will give you its actual height. If you know its actual height, your distance from the object, if you know its actual height, its angular size will give you your distance from the object. That can't be done on a globe. You can't do that because just in this instance alone, from 100 miles away, you can't see the highest mountain in the world. You can only see a portion of it. So there's no way for it to happen. If you go on to the next slide, please, Adam. Thank you. At 100 miles distance and a size of 2.49, let's say 2.5 miles high, you have its angular size is 1.43 degrees. And if you go to the next slide, Adam, the last one, please. Whereas from 100 miles away, at a size of 5.5 miles high, its angular size is 3.14 degrees high. Now, that's why I was looking for that information off them ballers who were making claims about it. If they come back with, obviously I'll have to account for the elevation of the observer. If they come back with whatever elevation they come back with, I know that it's going to match. It's going to match a horizontal straight line because you can't do an angular size any other way. That's the point I was making. So there's no way, like this guy is totally convoluting the whole thing with a load of nonsense hypothesis. That's completely wrong. There's no need for any incorrect nonsense. It's very simple. You can't get an angular size to something on a globe. It's that simple. And use it for any, you can get an angular size at the top of it once you look past your Earth curve edge. But that's it. It doesn't mean that, and you can never use angular size for a distance because you can't get the correct, you don't know what your angular size will often, unless you're up very high, your angular size of the object is not going to give you, you won't be seeing the full of the mountain or the tower or whatever, because it's going to be blocked by Earth. So whatever angular size you get, it's not going to be usable as a formation of distance or a formation of actual size if you know the distance. So you can't use that thing that's used all the time, which is an angular size. And if you know the height of something, then its angular size will give you the distance. If you know the distance to it, then its angular size will give you its actual height. That can't be used on the globe because our curve gets in the way. And it's going to block you from being able to get a correct angular size.
What's the baseline for the angular height of the mountain off surface level? What the base of that?
The angular size of the which mountain? The Mount Everest in my thing or in Mansfield?
Yeah, the adjacent of that triangle that you'll make. What's that?
Well, are you talking about in the first diagram?
Possibly. Is that the one where there was a curved Earth and then two lines drawn?
Yeah. Well, that would be a tangent. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem. You have to take an angular size off a tangent, and that's not going to work because you won't be able to get a correct angular size. Because our curve is going to be in your way.
Well, the moment that you're not using elevation from the surface, you're not getting elevation.
Yeah, but you can. Yeah, but you can. If you know the height of Mount Everest, let's just say, and you were up a mountain yourself, and you took an angular size of what was, if you let say use a horizontal with a theodolite, sorry, and you took an angular size from that position, then you can account for your elevation with that. But on a globe, that's not going to work, right? Unless you're up really high and you can see over that Earth curve, right? But that's the only. But at that, it doesn't matter because you still can't consistently use the actual height of an object to get your distance to it, or the actual distance to it to get its actual size with an angular measurement.
I get it. You're playing with your food. That's what you want to do.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, you're just antagonizing them at this point. Just poking them around a bit.
But this guy, my point is that this is what I said to the guy. I don't even think I hardly even went into the science thing. I just ignored that nonsense. Because I sent that to QE. But my point being is that he's overcomplicating it with a lot of nonsense that doesn't exist, or that's incorrect. You don't need all that. It's like, that's the angular size. That's the angle I got.
We don't know what he's doing in reality.
I do. I saw it, Adam.
Well, I'm enjoying it in misery. What have you?
You're enjoying it as an educational program or as entertainment?
Both.
What have you learned, Adam?
Yeah. Well, it's stopped. So I don't know now, do I? I don't know yet. I'm yet to come to a conclusion of what I've learned. I've learned so far that numpty flat earthers should not try to present observation as science. And they certainly shouldn't try to formulate it with hypothesis. But his point
is like a what not to do educational video.
Sorry.
I said, so it's a what not to do educational video?
No, there's nothing wrong with what he's doing so far. Now, I'm not sure what the start, other than removing Bogart refraction and pointing out Stellarium makes crap up. I'm not sure what we've invoked so far. As Brian says, we could just take the angular size of the mountain, which is what we used to do. It was called double.
Well, I would have a problem right now. I would have a problem with giving them that you could get an elevation from a curved surface or an angle from a curved surface.
Yeah, but you get a bit bored of banging that drum. So you've got to go on to the double drop, the angular size change at distance. So you can, as who was it? Conspiracy cast. I'll give you your flat Earth angle. Yeah? You got to move past it.
That's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine if you do it, right? And you say, I'll go ahead and give you this flat Earth angle just to deal with your absurdity as an absurdity. It kind of highlights how stupid it is to even assert. But that's one thing. That's beating the dead horse. But you don't pretend like the horse is alive while you're beating it.
but he's not presented his whole case yet. So I don't think it's fair to. I want to see what his actual point is. You've got to invoke. It can't just be that.
I thought Taboo summed up his entire point in the very beginning.
20 odd minutes long, that vid. There's got to be more to it than that, surely.
I don't know. I think Taboo trimmed out some of the waste of time stuff. Maybe we have to go back and listen to the whole thing.
We are doing tomorrow. Why is QE stopped?
Yeah, it can't be a good feeling when somebody else takes your words and makes a better point with it, you know? That would get me frustrated. I mean, not like Adam does it all the time.
I don't know what his point is. Is that all it is, Brian? Angular size, change at distance, plus a star in the background?
Yeah, well, he's not even using angular size as much as I would like him to. He's basically making the point that our curve is going to get in the way, right? That's going to be problematic. If the Earth is a globe, then we're not going to get this angular size at this distance. That's what he's saying, basically. I can't remember what the full details of it right now, but that's the basics of it. You know, if Earth is a globe, we can't get this size, angular size, or this angle to the top of the mountain and star at that point in time, basically. But he's not even saying angular size. He's not even using angular size as much. He's just using angle too, as opposed to angular size.
What's the difference in the distinction again?
But he's focusing on the star, the angle to the star. That's what he's focusing on there. More so than the mountain. He's using the mountain, if I remember correctly. And that's one of the things I was a bit peeved about.
Confirm the angle, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think he still focuses on the star. It's kind of, I can't, the truth is, even though I watched it, I can't remember full of it. Because I was like,
no, we stopped from getting to the conclusion.
Well, I think something really false there. The ballers might jump on, and the mountain, if you went to the top of that mountain and measured the angle, it would not be the same as you if you were 2 miles away and measured an angle to the top of that mountain or to the star. You know what I'm saying? Because you're 2 miles away, you're going to get a very slight deviation in what you actually measured. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the ballers are going to jump all over this.
Maybe they got to get a session measurer.
No, they're going to jump all over it. I'd say they probably already have.
What is it? 50, was it 50 odd kilometers? So what's that? 30 miles. So that's half a degree difference. So it should be half a degree higher in the sky because we're talking about celestial objects, not terrestrial. The line of sight from the observer should continue to the star and the numbers be the same. But if he made the assumption, as you said, John, you go to the mountain, the line won't, it will change. The angle will change from the top of that mountain. The line doesn't continue because it will be half a degree difference because you're 30 miles further forward. So it goes half a degree higher in the sky. So if you was to take the angle from the top, it would be a different angle to the one. It wouldn't be the same lines.
Right. So the ballers probably recognize that right away. And they think they got evidence. That's probably why they're all flipping out about it.
Right, 5 minutes and
But he can take this as long as he's not. I don't know why he'd cite the line from the top of the mountain as a separate measurement that he's not taking. It's sufficient that the line continues and intersects with the star at the same angle. That's all that matters. And he's saying that the top of the mountain occults the star. So that's perfect. That's all you need. The elevation angle to that star further forward, i.e. its GP is nearer to you, will change, won't it? Elevation of the mountain is irrelevant. The elevation angle to the star is based on its distance to the GP. Your elevation won't change the elevation angle to the star. Certainly won't make it in alignment necessarily, does it?
Well, he changed it into a positive claim that flat Earth would be proven if the angle measured from that flat plane to the top of the mountain was the same angle you would measure from the top of the mountain to the star.
And I'm saying
that's what he just did.
Navigation would disagree with that claim that would happen.
Absolutely. And the ballers are going to eat him alive if they haven't already.
All right, later, guys. I had to take my leave.
You know what
yeah. See you later, QE.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. You know what we're doing.
What are we doing? I don't know what we're doing.
But what we just watched, because like when you turn it into a positive claim like that, though, man, like the ballers are going to take that differential that you'll measure between one GP and the other, and they're going to calculate Earth curve from it. I know how it works.
We're going to stop them right in their tracks, baby.
They're nowhere near smart enough to pick that up.
Exactly.
That's how they do it.
Yeah, but even if they did, they're going to need a flat Earth for that. So,
yeah, right off the bat. I'm going to hit them with the H1, baby. And probably the H0, probably nextly, most likely.
We're counting down.
Counting down, baby. See you on the flip side. QE out.
There it is.
See you, QE.
Yeah.
I say the same.
When you know the magic trick. Oh, sorry, Brian.
No, go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say, it's frustrating when you know the magic trick and you see someone setting up the magic trick by giving the false dichotomy. You know what I mean? Like they're setting it up to happen and they don't even see it. The flat earthers are doing this, not the globers.
I think I gave critique concerning the star to him in my comment. I don't know if you'll find my comment in there now because it could be thousands of comments since then. But I did critique about the star. I said the star, you're not going to have the same angle to the star if you're closer to the GP. The same angle only applies vertically. You know what I mean? From your exact position. So a plane flying above you, vertically, directly above you, 6 miles above you, will get the same angle to the star as you directly below it at that exact time. But it won't happen if you move closer. Your angle is going to change. So I think
it's almost like they're trying to calculate the height of that star, ain't it?
Yeah.
Almost.
Calculate it with a flat Earth measurement.
Exactly.
Yeah, they'll need a flat Earth measurement for that.
Well, you can't calculate the height of the star. That's the point, though. And if you got a flat earther claiming they can, that's useful because then all you do is debunk the flat earther, and it seems like you're right by default if you're a baller.
Anyway, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.